Gygax, steady my hand.
Let
Will
it
Wheaton, do not bless my dice.
let the strike be true.
Let thy dice rolls be hearty and good. Hey. I pressed a... Oh,
You're
there we go.
on.
Oh, no, it wasn't switching anywhere.
You just look there.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to take a little bit of time in YouTube. You're going to always be a little bit
Hello,
behind.
how you doing?
Say something, Jesse.
Hmm? What do you want me to say?
Wakey, wakey.
I don't want to.
Oh my god. The delay is insane.
Is
Long
it
delay?
just not working?
I just got his hello.
Jeez.
Oh, that's one hell of a delay.
That's good enough. All right, let me get back over here so she can actually see me. Oops, wrong button. Oh my god, I'm breaking stuff. Help me.
Behave.
No touchy.
I'm not. But I did bless your dice.
That's right. With you, it's all about the dice
Fuck.
rolls.
It really is for him.
Would you like? I could curse them.
Or you could learn to role play.
Damn.
All right. So jumping into our announcements. What are our announcements this week? D&D Beyond is doing their 12 or their Days of Christmas giveaways daily type of stuff, I think. Lots of free little content there. They did one you would be interested in that has to do with a certain unicorn from the original game. The animated series, the unicorn. What's her name?
The last unicorn?
Uni?
Yeah, it's a small like adventure module that's based off of Uni.
That's
Aw.
cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hope everybody had good
uh,
holidays.
I think we've all had decent holidays.
Good enough.
We're back next week, and then we're off for 3 weekends
At least.
for the holidays.
Demiplane had a little mini update.
What'd they update? Pray tell, I didn't see.
I don't know. I only saw it in my feed that there was an update, and it was posted like a couple hours ago. So I didn't have a chance to read it yet.
Oh,
Okay, so
Humble Bundle has a giant Pathfinder bundle up that gets
That
you.
is true.
Depending on what kind of content you want, it actually nets you all the core books, version 2.
Oh, shit.
Which is pretty nice. Those can be redeemed on Paizo's website, which gets you, I think, a 20% discount on Demiplane for purchase. So if you want to hop into 2nd edition and get your foot in the door, that's a good way to start.
Yeah. It gives you the core books plus a whole lot of supplementary books.
Yep, and it's a good place to start if you're jumping into Pathfinder.
Might have to do that.
Yeah, I think that's all we have.
Bunch of upcoming holidays here in a bit.
Yep, that's why I mentioned we're going to be off for a while. It usually indicates that we're going to be off. With that, sorry about last week's technical difficulties. We had a gremlin loose in a system, and then somebody soaked it in water, and then fed it after midnight.
It's just a mess.
Okay, look, I didn't feed them after midnight. They stole my food.
Yeah, look, blaming it on Manny doesn't get you out of this one. But we are going to essentially do a supplementary recap to post regarding that episode. Oh my god.
It's bad.
I can't help but
We
laugh
screwed
at the
everything up.
situation at this point because it's so it was like watching dominoes fall and Manny was pushing all the buttons to make them fall.
I was doing my best to not.
Anything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Ooh.
To the point we were all the way down to basically just Discord calling the session.
Try to record.
So what you're saying is we literally phoned it in.
Oh, we really did.
we really did.
And then lost the recording.
Because the system imploded.
Yeah,
more.
we will from now on be referring to that lost episode as Murphy's Law episode.
Everything went wrong. Yeah.
Can you message me that as perfect for the recap meeting?
That's look. Basically,
Look.
everything ate itself. All right, everything ate itself. We lost it all, and we did we did our best.
It Ourobost.
Oh, yeah, it
Or
really
both.
did.
It's- That's a good one.
Man. As soon as you send that message, I will start tonight's session.
Our absolute best was not enough.
Hey, we still did it. We still performed.
Did we though?
The show must go on. Damn
Even
it.
if both,
The
like,
only thing I can say, at least there's not another episode in there with me crying on screen
fuck,
because it was lost.
that was pure gold.
It was beautiful.
Okay.
Way
So-
to challenge her in front of everyone, bud.
All right. Silence for the break. Jumping into tonight's episode, we will start with a recap of what happened last episode. We find our adventuring party the next morning sitting around the breakfast table. Nikolai kind of wearing very thick welder's goggles and earmuffs on, seeming slightly out of it, looking more ragged than something that Scaff would dragged in. And they begin to discuss and disseminate the last couple of days of being back, essentially. The experience of getting back and the information of the events of their individual days. Food is being shared amongst the family, and Mongo, go ahead and start us off.
Wake up, see if there's a sandwich nearby.
Oh, no, you're already at the breakfast table.
Oh, or the breakfast table? Okay. Look right at Nikolai. What blew up?
How did I get here?
I'm assuming it was some form of putting one foot in front of the other that they call walking. You asked me a question.
Why are you so loud?
Okay, he's not just hungover, he's still drunk. Oh, fuck.
She's gone. Why do I send people to die? Just there in my cup of coffee now.
That's right, your friend Rhea.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to hold on to the thread of that she chose. I didn't order her to go do anything. I asked her if she would be willing to, and she said yes. She was excited to go. But I don't like trading a life for a life.
Yeah. But one bright side.
Let's not talk about bright sides right now.
Not literally. Figuratively.
Dim my goggles down a little bit darker.
Yeah. At least we finally get a chance to meet our long lost sister.
Yeah. Oh God.
Plus, it's Rhea.
Yeah.
You know, she blew some shit up in marvelous fashion,
Yeah.
cackling the whole way.
I need to get over this hangover. I gotta go look at the scrolls that she sent. Maybe there's more information that she put in there that no one else saw. I don't know. Oh.
You others could chime in about your days as well.
No, I think everybody remembered her.
I
At least they
remember
enjoyed
your
having my
little
drinks.
little mouse friend.
God.
Oh, I need to roll dice on that.
Oh, fuck. I gotta. Yeah, I haven't had to break out that spreadsheet for a little while.
Cayenne, you can talk about your day that you had. While I hurt Tom with financials.
I gotta fucking find it
I'm
first.
trying to remember the exact point where Cayenne left off.
It's a sweetie cat.
I know her and Osling went with Scav,
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
but then something happened after that. Like I know Scav went off with the dwarf.
So Cayenne.
It could have been worse. It could have been
There it
way
is.
worse.
Yeah, Cayenne ended the night. They ended the night with Gav filling the icy tendrils again when Osling left.
Yeah.
So we can't really discuss anything at the table right now. So Scav, how are you feeling?
Not too good, sister. Not too good.
How's the temperature?
I feel cold.
That's a good barometer to know if his friend is near, I guess. Good question, sister. Good idea. Did I say too much already?
I don't believe anything of super importance was said right now. Like no names were mentioned aside from Rayeth, which she is important, but no names were mentioned aside from Rayeth.
Well, she's dead now, so what is her name important to anybody now? Except for people who remember her.
Her name is still of importance. And she still is of importance. Regardless of her physical or material state. She is still of importance.
Perhaps in some way you may be able to find a way to bring her back.
She will promptly kill me, I think.
That sounds about right.
Cayenne has ideas, but she's not going to say right now. Especially with the icy boy.
Yeah.
Let me know if I need to mute him.
So go ahead and tell. Even despite Scav being there, you can talk about your previous day, and I guess you would mute him so he doesn't. Since he was unaware for most of it, and suddenly, Scav, you find yourself in a bubble of loneliness again, just with the cold, chilling touch of Victor to keep you company.
I look over, and says, "Just in case, Scav." And then you hear nothing. Yeah, before I say, "Just in case, Scav," and
you get a thumbs up.
You hear nothing.
Hello,
there you go,
Victor,
Cayenne. You
my
can
friend.
talk about your previous day.
So, it was. What exactly are we going to do about this situation with Scav?
Well, hopefully he leaves us alone once we get him back in a couple months.
Hopefully, Scav's
We
pen
never
pal
hear
finds
from
us
him ever
frightfully
again.
boring and leaves.
Maybe
Maybe you can ask him politely?
Yeah.
That's all I got. I mean, I can keep on mute indefinitely.
Okay, let's not rule that out so quickly.
I think you'd drive the poor little guy absolutely insane.
Manny, you're
No,
saying he's got
no. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. It's the Gimp helm of loneliness.
Huh.
So he trades off his knight helmet for a nice leather one.
Oh, we didn't get any cat water. No.
No. No. How about no?
Could
Didn't
be
we ask
worse.
Kippa
It could be
before
a
any
mask
nose
that's made
get,
of thorn and vine.
Oof.
That wouldn't feel too great.
Do we have music playing?
So
Because I'm
I
not
had
hearing
a
it, but it
question
shows
about
that
our new
music is playing.
sister.
No,
Well,
she fell asleep in front of the mural, and then we moved her into the to the other room.
oh, yeah, I
Probably
needed
get
to
her
do that.
own room.
I'll talk to her. Jir has his own room. It's that.
Yeah,
You guys look over and Jir's asleep on the couch that he's claimed.
even though he has a bed.
He has a whole room.
Cheer does not understand. I think
If we have to
I'm
move that
trying
couch
to-
into his room to make him more comfortable, by all means.
I think that we
We'll do
need
that.
to introduce.
Hey, number one, can you guys move him into his room on the couch? Just take the whole couch and put it there.
Go ahead, Cayenne.
I think that we need to try to find someone that Ephrakia can bond with. Just to get her to where she's more comfortable. But I have no idea who would be good at that.
Sonny,
Both of our sisters have had traumatic lives.
Trauma
Before.
bonding.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure put them together in a nice, safe place for a little bit. They'll be cool.
when Sonny first got here, she was acting very similar. So if anybody can possibly understand some of the hardships that she went through,
Yeah.
it'd be Sonny. Besides, we're going to introduce her to the whole family anyway, so.
I like to think I'm just sitting in the sphere counting each scale on my arm.
You're watching a shadow puppet show that's themed off of a certain kid show that has the tails of dragons. The tails of a dragon. There you go.
Oh God, that show. Okay, that was such a weird show.
There you go.
Gonna have to look through. Mongo's gonna have to look through his notes, see if he's got any kind of a spell that could go on the inside of the blindfold to just make it look like a fucking kaleidoscope of colors. Just for him and Vicky.
It
That's
does.
pretty
It does seem pretty simple to be able to make him like a set of goggles that actually go over the ears too. That basically just an on and off, or just black out and then mutes him as well.
Oh, bad
sensory sensory deprivation.
how about that,
Gimp hood.
Scabbard? A brain dance of stripper Victor.
What?
And you're just forced to watch and sit there strapped to a chair.
Oh, good. We're gonna clockwork orange our own brother.
Are we the actual bad guys in this
Are we
story?
the
Like,
bad
fuck.
guys?
Ladies and gentlemen,
The fact that I can't tell anymore.
behold, bastards.
No, that's the name of our other group.
Oh.
So let's get to the recap.
Well, you said role play it out.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So So
that other adventuring group, they're pretty fucking hardcore.
yeah, I still
Like, they were upset that we jumped the gun and get the stuff done. But then they said not all was lost. Derek died. Like, what?
They don't like him.
I don't know.
all I know is that okay. Y'all do know who Scav fought and killed, right?
I believe that information was shared on the
Yeah,
list.
yeah.
No, that was shared only between Cayenne and Kippa inside of a
Oh,
closed
right,
door.
right.
That's
No
right.
And
one
a
else
later
knows.
Scav.
It was shared in front of the portrait.
Yeah.
With,
Oh, yeah.
With everybody else finding out.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, because Mongo updated his to-do list.
Yeah, and I remember Mongo saying we don't normally kill family.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cayenne.
So yeah, trying to get him back is going to be fucking fun.
I didn't want to tell Kippa that. I definitely didn't want to tell Scav that. Like
Oh.
I'm still wondering what drove him to that point.
Well, I only know there was a direct challenge apparently from him to Scav. So my only thought is that he blames Scav for ruining his family somehow. I do know that he didn't like. He was a anti-establishment kind of guy. Like he didn't like the rulers of the land and stuff like that. And the fact that she was now an empress, just out of the blue, probably irked him, I guess.
Well, that's where it's confusing. The last time we had all seen him was literally the wedding day, and it was before we knew he just up and disappeared. He wasn't a leader or anything, at least not that we knew of. So, aside from nobility, what could have driven him to that point?
Well,
Did
he was
someone contact him and convince him to join, manipulate his emotions and trick him?
Possibly. Wouldn't put it past him.
I sent you a message.
It's one of the reasons why I want to study those fucking cloaks. To know what the hell they can do.
I think that I definitely need to work on my control with wild shape a little bit better. Just in case there's another instance of turning into a beastie and starting to shred things. Make sure we keep the cloak all in one piece. But the problem is that those cloaks can become sentient.
You do notice that Cayenne is sitting there. They're mostly completely healed at this point, but dozens of little cuts all along her, like she went through a thorn bush.
Yeah, but how much is that really new? It's Cayenne. She's always bleeding from somewhere.
She's never really this scratched up, but it looks like she just went head over ass through a thorn bush.
Oh. So
It's like that.
red and blue
It's like
said
that.
hi. It looks like.
Oh, yeah. When red and blue want to give hugs, they aggressively want to give hugs.
Yeah.
You notice Mongo's cup shaking just a little bit. Well, there's one thought.
To put you at ease, Mongo, it's the way they hug is very akin to how when Feisty was Displacer Beast Feisty would hug you with the weight of her whole head into the ground.
Yeah, she almost cracked
Kinda-
my ribs a couple times.
Yeah, just kind of pin you there and hug with the neck. Yeah, that's same thing, except their feathers are sharp and there's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah.
Not a thing you can do about that.
Hmm.
But red and blue are very happy right
That's
now.
good. I think the thing with Udin, right? That's his name.
Yep.
Was is probably he was looking for some way to get back at the family in some way, shape, or form. And we know my father's clone is definitely
A twat.
looking for ways to hurt us, and saw that as an opportunity to weaken us in our own ranks, perhaps.
I almost feel like, please don't take this the wrong way, but I almost feel like the loss of Wraith was a stab at you, essentially.
Sure, it could have been. I mean,
Kind of as
apparently, she made it all the way home, and if I understand correctly, she was still breathing for a while, but didn't make it.
that's what I'm saying. Maybe your assumption, like with, or your, be a hypothesis, yeah. Your hypothesis about Udin might be the same in the case of Wraith. Maybe
Yeah.
it was planned for her to get here and not make it, to get a
Yeah.
rise out of you and to get you to change sides.
They ain't gonna. There's no changing sides. I'm now more angry.
No,
The-
you're hungover.
True.
Bear in mind, these words are not to make you angry or to make you upset. These are just guesses. I don't truly know.
Tell you something. He knows I destroyed that last vessel of his. Remember when I mentioned that the things look like they're not entirely taken over, and how the last one looked me in the eye as I pulled the last shot?
Yeah.
Kippa did something with my memory and was able to verify to her understanding that was not the child. That was the clone that was looking at me in that last moment. So he knows we're coming.
Yeah. Probably
That
already
could
knew
be good or
beforehand.
that could be good or bad.
Yeah. So I think whatever we're going to do for the next encounter, we need to go about it differently.
We need to be more prepared.
And a wholly different tactic, because we basically did the same thing twice and it worked. It's not going to work the third time.
I say that we need to learn at least a few skills that would be beneficial against necromancy and the undead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying. It's not the easiest.
Of course not. It's a specialty. It would be like me trying to learn to be an artificer. It's not going to work the first time at all. In my case, no offense, Nikolai, it would never work for me.
So, pause for a sec. As you guys discussed the previous day, if Gary, she comes out of the room and comes to the table and sits down.
Unmute Scav.
And she's
Hello.
just
Hello,
sitting there.
sister.
She's staring at the table and the food, and she just kind of looks around at everybody having already had food and such. And
Did you sleep well?
and she just nods.
Yeah.
And she just sits there quietly, not really interrupting anybody.
Later on today. Okay, I'm going to screw up the name. Please not let it take it if Nikolai did it. Later on, if Kara, we can get you set up with your own room here. Does that sound good?
She just sits there quietly still and just nods.
Okay.
Is there anything that you need for
For
Nikolai?
food?
Pretty much can build
And she
any
immediately
random
just starts-
ass thing.
She immediately starts crying.
Aw.
I researched the shit out of things. Go over and try to
Who
console.
who'd she sit next to?
She sat all the way on the other end of the table from everybody.
I'm gonna go over there when she starts crying, and I'm just gonna
Yep, same.
hug her.
You see this scabbard as you're sitting there.
You're not muted right now.
Scav loves to play with sword and shields.
What's wrong?
He's gotten good enough to the point where we actually let him train with real ones, not just sticks.
As a player, that's fucking hilarious. Scav, the pointy end goes in the enemy, not your eye.
Look, it took once or twice for him to get that
Damn.
lesson, but he got it.
That's not the proper way to perform a lobotomy. For one, that's not
Imagine
the
being
right
so
rule.
crazy to perform a lobotomy on yourself.
It is
Like-
possible. It's gonna really suck though.
I'm sure it's possible, but god damn, that'd be crazy.
So,
Yeah, I sit over next to her and try to comfort her and ask her what's wrong.
You guys can do an insight if you want to see how she's doing.
I got a 23.
Nice.
I got a
Aye.
9.
I rolled
What'd
lowest.
you get?
16.
Come on.
16.
Yeah, you guys are just like, she's so distraught. You can tell that she's just not used to being in this environment still, and just the sheer presence of like not horrible things is just kind of a bit much for her.
It's not a city situation. I don't know what to do.
So like confusion and
Just
happiness and sadness all
sorrow.
at the same time.
Just pure, what the fuck is the situation?
I want to introduce her to red and blue, but I'm scared too right now. It will take some time before that.
Probably safer to wait on that one.
And as you are sitting there, there's a knock at the door. It's surprisingly loud to you, Nikolai. Even with your
Oh,
earmuffs on.
jeez.
I'll go to the door. On my way there, I'll just look back at her. They've got a great library here in case you need. We have to introduce her to our sister Feisty too.
No?
She knows
Yes.
the best places to eat around here.
She really does.
Are you okay, Nikolai?
And open the door.
Uh-oh.
I've had more to drink last night than I've had my
you
entire
see
life.
one of the
You got that
city
magic
serpents there from
make you
the
not sick
upper
stuff?
area, and they hold out a square little red package that is sealed, and it
Oh fuck! What's wrong?
And it's an elf, and they're like, for Cayenne? It's a delivery for her.
Oh, it's for you.
She, the elf.
Oh,
holds
okay.
it out to you.
I guess I take it and then take it over to Cayenne.
They bow,
Thank you.
Head off.
Oh. Oh. Thanks, Mongo.
They're the ones that brought it.
Well, I was at the table. You went
hear
to
a
the
tumbleweed
door.
Go by as your Mongo comes back to the table and hands you said package.
Check my stuff. Do I have any cotton stuff in my ears? No. So what?
He asked what was wrong with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he asked me a question. I'm like, yeah, come here.
All right.
And
Do you open up the package, Cayenne, or do you read? There is a note attached to it.
I'd read the note first.
It's written in Druid, and it just simply says, "You survived."
Oh.
Is it a little
Cayenne
bit warm?
would have
Does it
been
smell a little
coughing
bit
too,
like
like,
cinder?
I'm pick him up,
You're
set
gonna
him
pick
down
me up.
on a
He's
chair.
not much bigger, smaller than you.
He's half my size.
No,
picking-
I'm not. We're in the magic house. I'm a usable size.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Context. Words.
Wording.
Okay.
Wording.
A
You-
functional
you-
size. Let's put it that way.
Then-
That's a little bit better.
Usable size.
I mean,
Usable
Look, depending on the
size,
use here.
functional size.
Adequate? I don't know. I can go up to the counter myself and get myself a cup of water now.
Humanoid size.
There you go.
There you
so
go.
hand on the forehead, and I'm gonna get rid of his whatever the
Alcohol
hell's
poisoning
going
and
on.
hangover.
Do you yell "Be healed"? In the most, and
Do you open the package, Cayenne?
Yeah. After
you'll-
she got done choking from reading the note, because that's cryptic as fuck.
You open it up carefully, and inside it's covered. There's a bed of desert flowers, and the smell hits you instantly. That beautiful blossom, like sweetness of the desert, and you see a glass, like crystalline vial. Like if someone took like a rose quartz of sorts, and they hollowed it out, and then filled it with sand, and a
Oh.
cap on it with a chain on it, you instantly know who it's from. It's from the djinn.
He's pretty.
You passed your test, I guess. Right? She said all you have to do is survive.
Hey, you see Cayenne just take out this very beautiful looking crystal.
well, isn't that fancy?
I survived.
Huh.
Were you expecting the package to blow up?
Oh, it was my test.
Oh, you passed another druid's test. Nice.
Yeah, if I didn't survive, then I would belong to the elemental plane of fire to be tortured for the rest of my end days.
Which are only as long as you choose. Right? I mean,
There are ways to kill deities. It would just take quite a while to figure it out.
I'm sure our parents know a thing or two about that.
Haven't officially done any looking into it. By the way, on a totally completely different note, and unrelated, did you scrap down that thing that I showed you?
that spell, right? No, I was drunk all day
Cayenne.
yesterday.
Yes.
Scabbard, you can do a perception if you want.
Still remember it though, right? That's absolutely nothing to do with what
Yeah.
we're talking about, though. Nothing at all.
16.
What?
Don't
What'd
ask.
you get, Cayenne?
Okay.
For my
I've got.
perception,
Yeah.
I've got a.
my perception
got
was
so much shit to do.
a 19.
Nice.
As the boys are talking, you can see that your newfound sister, she's actually writing something down. And it's kind of like it instantly disturbs you, Kyan, because she's written down 2 ways to actually kill deities. Like, how does she know this knowledge? But here she is. She wrote down 2 sure ways to kill a deity.
I like her.
Guy's like, that'll work. That'll work. Well, fuck.
And you're realizing
not-
she's brilliant in a way of possibly research.
I definitely like her.
For sure, Kippa would like her a lot.
Hey, F. Kira,
She looks up at you.
do you like to study? Like multiple subjects?
Old.
What did she say? What did you say? I didn't hear the word.
Old.
Old. Oh, okay.
I think I know
History.
the perfect place that we need to take her to.
I can think of a couple actually.
And she wrote this down, and you recognize it very well. She wrote it actually down in Celestial.
Dang.
She would probably really like spending time in the library. Perhaps even the Temple of the Gods has a lot of knowledge, but I don't know if that's a good place for her to be.
I wouldn't be able to take her there.
It's something that I would be able to do, but I don't know if that's a good idea.
Do you take a look at what she wrote down
Yeah.
after you
sure.
cast Comprehend Languages?
Would that work on Celestial?
Yeah.
The common Celestial, yes.
Oh,
the
okay.
deific Celestial, no.
Sure. Burn the spells.
Hmm.
Yeah.
If she lets me read it, I'd ask first.
It's easy enough to look over. It's just
Oh.
sitting there.
I forget. Does the city have its own like library?
It's
I
2
would assume
stories,
so,
bud.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge city, capital city.
Yeah.
Why would it not have a
Yeah.
library? That'd
Yeah.
be weird.
Look.
The
It's been a while since it's been brought up.
The library expands 2 floors of the city.
Yeah, 2 levels of the city. Yeah.
The upper
And
and
if
the-
I remember correctly, it took, was it Mongo or was it Nikolai? It took forever to get to one section because of the turtle. That was a
Yeah.
Galapagos tortoise.
It was a Mongo.
I offered to try to help them go faster, but they didn't understand.
what'd you get there, Tom?
Comprehend language?
Perception.
Oh, 18.
You look over after casting that spell, and yeah, sure enough, she's written down 2 surefire ways to actually kill a god.
Is it different than the way I came up with?
And there's actual percentile next to it of how effective it would be.
That's funny.
One is a weapon of an opposing god, blessed by them.
Makes sense. That makes perfect
and
sense.
2, annihilation of every single believer of that god to reduce their power to 0.
And then just
Okay, that's
punch
pretty
him.
much the one that I came up with. What happens if we do both?
Make the average of the percentages?
What if you were to like?
No, I just look at her and it's like, huh. What if we do both?
She just kind of shrugs a little bit.
What if one were to like wish a certain deity to be forgotten?
Cayenne, you would know that would not actually work.
Yeah, that would.
That would be a moot point.
Funny story. There's a third way. I will introduce you to your act later.
There is another way, but nobody here actually knows except me.
So you like
Jewel
to-
came up with a pretty effective fucking way.
Huh?
Jewel came up with an effective way.
Your mom?
So you like to read
made it
and
happen.
study old histories and such. The city actually has a pretty nice library. I'm pretty sure that you'd be more than welcome there.
Yeah, they let us in.
Yeah,
Don't let
we're-
anybody in.
She's been here for weeks, I think. Pretty sure she knows.
If you would like to go, I can take you. So that way you don't have to go alone.
Without you guys even really noticing that her personal guard has just gotten a plate of food and they're just leaning against the counter eating.
That's
Oh,
fine.
they have a personal.
What it's
guard.
there for?
Yeah, she has one of Lumion's personal.
That's
Mhm.
right. That's right.
With
One,
her.
one of his shadows.
Mm-hmm. And they're just leaning against the counter with a plate of food, just eating like I need to eat at some point. This is a good
That's fine.
opportunity.
Would have offered it to him had we noticed.
That's the thing about the shadows. They're very quiet and you actually do not know that they're there. That's the whole point.
Well, I've got a couple things that need to be done. Now that I'm not sick from alcohol, I'm going to go to my shop and I've got to make the little family jewel pendant that Nikolai's been making for family with the sending stone function in it.
Mongo, I just throwing this in there. You actually were up before others, and he actually got a summons to meet Kippa in about 30 minutes.
Oh, in
And,
30?
Yeah.
From this
I'll-
point in time?
I'm going
or-
to be
okay.
in. I'm going to be in my shop. You know what? What?
He puts the summons in front of your face for Kippa.
We've been here for like an hour or two, and you just now decided to tell me.
You were hungover. Or still drunk. I'm not really sure which.
I
I
don't know
fixed
which
Bit of
one it
both.
was. Yeah.
I fixed it. Probably.
For some reason, it still feels like he didn't, but I do feel better. Okay, I'm gonna talk to Kippo. Get dressed and go.
Of course, she has
Well,
to fucking send it to
one of
me.
you guys, if you're not going anywhere, introduce Kira to number 1 so that they can get a roommate for her, please.
Hey, number 1.
And he's just standing behind you eerily.
Hi.
Oh,
wh-
Mongo, this is how you turn on his thing so he can't hear or see.
Oh, like this?
Yep.
And suddenly you're just in silence and politeness.
I figured as a alchemist himself, it would be a very simple task. It's a very
Yeah.
simple thing that Nikolai made like at first level.
And I'm talking, but don't realize until it's too late.
You know, I always pictured the servants in this place as the kind of like the generic catch-all of your commission here shape of a person.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just like glowing
exactly.
boot figure.
Same
A
thing.
white CH figure.
Yeah.
or a.
They have numbers on the face?
Yes.
Or where the face
What's-
should be.
What's the Misi? Like a Misi.
Oh God, no! Let's
Oh,
not do that.
Mr.
Mr.
Meeseeks.
Meeseeks?
Yeah. Think of Mr. Meeseeks.
Oh,
I
that's
say no to that.
a terrifying thought. It's like, I'm here until you help me die by completing a task. The longer
So,
they go without a task, the
Mongo,
more
what is
murderous
your
they
plan?
get.
Since he set it off to the meeting,
Oh, it was just for him?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Are there any other summons?
No.
That is
Okay.
okay.
Oh, fuck. I don't even know how much shit I have to research. You know what? There is actually something I do need to write. That could take a minute. After I'm done with that, did you want to go to the library?
She just sits there quietly, unsure how to respond.
What would you like to do?
Same thing.
We'll find something. Don't worry.
What about you, Cayenne?
Cayenne?
You do notice, Cayenne, she hasn't touched a single item of food on the table. She's just sitting there. Every once in a while, you hear like a little rumble from her tummy.
Oh no.
Oh, this. Are you hungry?
She looks over at you and just based off of like nature alone, you're like she's definitely hungry, but she doesn't know if she should say anything.
You're our sister. You're free to speak with us. You're free to eat and act as your own person around us.
The shadow walks over and leans in and speaks to you quietly, Cayenne, that you're gonna have to coax her to eat because every time that she was presented food from where she was at, she was tortured for it.
I guess I will take the mother feeding child stance then.
Now, she's a bird type character. Do you have to eat it first?
No, you don't.
Thank you,
She's
Lord.
long past that.
I'm not baby birding.
I know
anything.
it was a bad joke. Jeez.
So you will have to take time and actually feed her and get her to eat.
I can do that.
What are you doing, Scav?
I am currently in a bubble.
Oh, that's right. You get up, go to do your note, and you forgot about Scav sitting there at the table.
You said I forgot.
Damn. That's fucked up.
Just kidding. I actually did forget.
Oh my god!
Wow. I guess I would like take out some parchment and write something down along the lines of, "Hey,
Is it safe?"
still here," and against the bubble wall.
You're not in an actual bubble.
Oh.
It's just a
You
device
get
that
back
you're
to-
wearing.
You go to your room to work on the notes, and Sunny is sitting there, and you see her with like a sandwich. And she looks over and she's like, good.
Go and hug Sonny.
And she hugs back and she gets some of the sticky on you from the sandwich. And it's a sandwich that you produced in your sleep, your happy home sandwich.
Oh,
Happy your home sandwich.
And it's essentially like if you took a giant cinnamon roll and you cut it in half, and then you put peanut butter and jelly between it with some banana.
oh, fuck.
That could be tasty.
Could be.
And the banana has been like caramelized in a pan with brown sugar.
Oh, fuck. There's no polite way for me to describe how I'm feeling about this.
I just broke Tom there.
Sorry. Fucking drooling a little bit. I really want to eat that right now.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich made out of cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
Seems
Some
a little
brown
too much.
sugar And banana, dude, peanut butter and banana is fucking amazing.
So, and at that point, after the hug, you realize you left Scafford on mute.
Hey, you want to see something really fun?
She just nods a little bit, and you can. She reaches over, she grabs a cup, and there's sticky little paw prints all over it, and you can smell it. It's bourbon.
Oh my god. Oh, she gets along with my wife. Guarantee that's where it came from. Yeah. Bring her with. Okay, so kind of the shitty thing is Scav's pen pal is basically eavesdropping on everything, but Nikolai came up with something to at least like put blindfolds and something over his ear holes so that way he can't hear or see anything, so that way you can actually speak freely around him. And there's a way to turn that stuff on and off. Right now, it's off. Here's how you turn it on. So like this, and off is this way.
She reaches over, and she boops you in the forehead, and you're suddenly asleep.
Damn.
You have just collapsed to the ground.
That must be
Damn.
terrifying for our bird friend to see.
She's distracted with Cayenne feeding her right now.
Oh. So, I guess it's time for me to go sleep.
Like that?
That's one way to do it too. Ooh, but even better because I mean that's just so much fun.
She moves a little bit and she wakes up Scav real quick and she goes back to the room and she grabs her bag and comes back, hands you the sandwich.
Oh hell yeah!
And now you're waking up, Scav. You're like, what hit me?
What happened?
You can tell him what happened.
You fell down.
That sounds about right.
And she has a stick, and you can see like a bunch of like it's kind of like a rough texture on the stick, like it's been like someone's carved into it a little bit. And she's like, and she reaches out and she smacks you with the stick, and where it makes skin contact with your skin, it begins itching violently.
Hey,
Like it's equivalent to
Poison
like
ivy.
actually getting brushing against like fiberglass.
oh, what the fuck?
That would suck, especially considering that he's scaly and that has an effect. Like crap.
Yeah, you easily feel that itching, and she hits you in another spot, and it's
Hey.
the same thing.
Hey, stop it.
And she hands you the stick.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, itchy. What'd you do to me?
Itchy stick.
Can you fix it, please? It's actually kind of painful.
Itchy
way.
stick. That
She
would
just-
suck so bad.
Just imagine torturing somebody with that.
Oh god.
That's cruel and unusual punishment.
Just keep whacking them on the face when they cannot itch their face in any way, shape, or
No,
form.
just rub it along under their nose.
Oh god.
No, you just lightly graze it across the eyelids,
Oh,
right at the eyebrows.
yeah.
Jeez, it's making me feel itchy. Just the thought of that.
Right at the eyebrows or right near the armpits.
Mm,
What happens if you shove the stick up their nose?
sneezing for days.
Itchy inside of your nose like sandpaper.
Oh god.
Or like when something flies up your nose like a feather or crumb or something.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So Nikolai, you go to your summons and
Mm-hmm.
you meet up with Kippa in essentially her office.
Ooh, you got called to the principal's office.
As soon as I'm allowed to walk in, I was like, "What's up, sister?"
She motions to the documents on her table for you to look at. Go ahead, examine them.
Oh, these are the things Wraith sent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Do an investigation.
I will sit down, center myself, and just start studying them.
Roll me an investigation, and you could take 20 on them.
If I were to use my pendant, would that be just for one of them or for like
It's a set of them.
the set? Okay.
Yeah, it would just be all of them.
I'll use my pendant then. I forget what exactly that does. Gives me plus 10, right?
So, Cayenne, after you're done baby birding your new sister and getting her to actually eat food.
I think I'm going to see if she feels up to going to the library,
Wow. Alrighty.
just to see if she just wants to get out of the house.
She nods and stands up with you, and her tiny little frame shaking a little bit.
One short of maximum.
Hmm.
46. I rolled a 19.
I don't understand them.
It's only 46. Don't worry about it.
Who you think
Where-
you are,
where
Manny,
is,
rolling like that?
I guess so.
Where's Mongo and Sunny?
They're right there at the table too.
Oh,
I think I'm gonna take F. Kiara to the library.
Sunny looks over. She loves it there.
Good. We can stay there as long as you want to.
We're on episode 115, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm just marking when I've last used
Yeah.
the amulet. So
So, Sunny comes over and she pulls you down to whisper something to you because she's standing on the bench. Don't say that too loudly. She will keep you there forever.
I'll whisper back, "That's okay. Time is irrelevant at this point."
She also forgets to eat.
I'll make
I
sure
think
she
both
eats.
Nikolai and Mongo have done that while studying.
Yep.
I'm
cannot
going
confirm or
to
deny this.
make sure that I would study her eating habits, like how basically a pet parent does with their fur baby's favorite treats. I'm gonna be noticing what she actually really enjoys, so I can make sure she always gets those, and she'll want to snack on them while she's studying.
She seems to like a lot of fruit and vegetables.
She's gonna get along with Cayenne, great.
She's not huge on especially cooked meats, but fruits and vegetables, she's all over it.
Yep, looks like gonna invent veggie chips.
Yeah. So you head off to the library. You're with your sister. Scabbard is now dealing with profound itchiness from the itchy stick.
That sucks.
Mhm.
That's
Sunny
a totally
message-
fucked up thing to do. to
Sunny
someone.
messages you, and she's like, "It'll last about an hour."
Yeah, we don't
I
have
think
to
I'm
tell
gonna
them right away.
spend some time
Scratching.
making another little wooden figurine of the family members to add to the group for the house.
Nikolai,
Uh-huh.
you start looking through the various documents that you were presented with, the journal notes of Rayeth.
Okay.
They're essentially a journal of her daily activities and the observations she made. Nothing of it really of importance. It's general observations of going from here to there. This is what I saw. Going
Mhm.
from here to there. This is what I saw. Nothing is really jumping out to you. And you're just kind of sitting there and you're starting to feel a little bit of disappointment that there's nothing hidden here.
Yeah.
And you just kind of look over a little bit.
Like I totally would have expected her to code
And
something in there.
You start looking at it again and you tilt your head a little bit. And you take out your one of your journals
Mm-hmm.
and you open it up and you have kind of a eureka moment. You look at how you've named all of your tools,
Mm-hmm.
and you can see letters taken from exactly how you wrote them that are transcribed over here in certain places to formulate.
Oh, so her penmanship changes for various letters, matching exactly what I wrote in my manual
Yeah.
that I've shared with her. Oh shit!
And then you realize that your tool manual is the cipher for this.
Kippa found something.
Kippa just kind of looks over.
Put my journal, my manual down,
And she
and
looks
just
at.
point to various
She
matching.
crosses her arms a little bit, and the number that is next to your tools actually designates where it goes in the word.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Huh?
We have a cipher here.
I noticed the letters and the fact that they didn't fit with
The rest of the penmanship.
correct, but I couldn't figure out that there had to be some sort of cipher. We couldn't discern where it was."
Well, there it is.
So,
Start working on deciphering.
so as you guys work for a little while on deciphering it, it simply comes out to a simple phrase. Your parents' rings gather everyone for the information.
Your parents' rings gather everyone for the information.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That you need
all the rings that we found.
your mom and your father's wedding bands.
Oh, that's right. Okay. That's what we're doing. But we have to wait till people get back because mom is away right now. And so are some of the parents.
So, as that begins to unfold, where are you making notes? Or,
Well, depends on what Sunny's got planned.
oh, you want to spend time with Sunny?
If she's got to go to work, then yeah, I'll start working on research. Other than that, spend time with her.
She just kind of finishes a little bit of food and shares your creation. And she's like, she looks over at you and she's like, "Where'd you get that sandwiches from?"
I didn't.
Okay. You has a delicious sandwich, and
Mhm.
then with your memory, you decides to pull a scabbard and forgets where he got it.
No.
And you hear this scabbard.
Chances are he probably summoned it.
Yeah, there's that. Apparently, depending on, you can kind of determine what kind of mood I'm in based off when I'm sleeping, whatever kind of sandwich sort of materializes out of.
So I guess his yous were happies.
Probably.
Because this is a good sandwich.
They're not always good though. Sometimes they can taste like shit.
And suddenly your nostrils remember the smell of the fought sandwich.
Okay, look, fucking loved that one. Only being all of creation that could ever fucking love that sandwich.
Is
Oh,
F Kitty and Cayenne still here? Or did they leave?
They
they're
leave.
at the library.
They leave it already.
All right.
We wouldn't exactly be walking fast because she's not a fast walker.
No, she's not.
It's okay.
So we could easily be
character
caught up
picture
with.
in my mind is ultra adorable.
She is quite adorable. Her one little white feather.
I almost imagine that it comes over like this and has a little kind of wave to it.
Oh, okay, that's extra adorable. Just this like extra long, like peacock feather.
Yeah, I have to draw this.
Is it on the top of her head?
Mhm.
That's what I was
Like
thinking.
right dead center. And,
Yeah, center. Does it lean forward or back?
well, what Cayenne came up with is even better.
At a slight angle.
Basically,
Yeah.
Like how they
Okay.
do with anime characters
Kind
with
of
like the
almost like
one
a
cute
rogue
bang
wave.
that comes up.
Oh, okay.
Sunny's like, I guess today off. The parents will be back in today's.
Oh, that's good.
They went on vacations.
I'm almost scared to ask. Where?
It was all the parents,
They all agreed to go to one place.
including Kippa's parents.
Oh boy.
How much trouble did they get in?
We haven't heard anything in the local news. The local Cryos hasn't said anything.
Are we all
No
still in the
news is
same
good
room?
news.
Okay, cool.
No news is good news.
So you mean to tell me that Kippa's parents, the shop owners, the ones that are usually pretty passive and laid back, went on vacation with some of the most dangerous people that are probably in the world right now?
Uh-huh.
And Kippa was okay with this?
Yeah.
Well, if she's okay with it, then I guess there's not much to worry about. Look, to be fair,
Okay.
they're probably in the safest place. This side of the well, wherever the hell they are.
True. Knowing Lumion, he probably sent one or two with just to, make sure.
Apparently the plans were, let's get everyone's together that's not here and a parent and drink our way across the continent.
So that's where we get that from.
Yeah. Well, where you guys got it from? I
Yeah,
only
because you
recently.
haven't gone drinking with us.
I've only up until very recently, the past few months.
Most places have chalky milk.
You know, I can't argue that with you. I do love me some good chalky milk.
Yeah, without a blessing of a god, every time he tried to get drunk, he almost died.
I'm pretty sure Sunny remembers this from the first time we met. Ah, that's such a wild thing to think about. That was such a long time ago.
Point of view pending, it was a long time ago. If you actually check the calendar, it wasn't that long ago.
It feels
But
like
it seems like a lifetime ago.
It's been a while. Sunny looks over. Oh, yeah. Kippa knows all about your little discovery.
And the cup starts shaking again. How mad is she?
Sunny's like, it's Kippa. How do you tell?
The cup starts shaking more.
Literally, how do you tell? She doesn't show very much.
Is that something Scabbard would be able to pick up on, since he's like with her a lot at night?
Not anymore. You're on
Not
the
really.
couch,
Even
buddy.
Scabbard has a hard time judging her poker face.
Yeah, good luck with that one, bud. I can't even figure out. And I'm her husband.
Look, if she was mad about it, you would probably already knows.
Or she wants to see the look in my eye as she deals out the punishment.
Knows that would be Sir Mir.
It's not making me feel better.
And she just gets up and she's like, stretches. And she's like, oh, look behind you. In major illusion, Sir Mir is standing there.
I gotta mark something off. Okay, so that's another spell slot.
Major illusion of Sir Mir standing there.
I mean, you can just use prestidigitation to clear away your peed pants.
No. Considering what we were just talking about, he's actually casting Misty Stepping in the fuck out. So,
You misty step away.
second level spell slot. Just
That's pretty fucking.
And as you misty step away, he's no longer standing there, and you can just feel the illusion behind you.
It's like trying to run from Saitama. It's just not possible.
You're screwed, man.
Give me chills.
What's
now,
funny?
I'm sure that I've seen somebody do this. How do I activate Scabbard's grovel and beg?
What's actually kind of
Please don't
funny
tell
in
me.
the comics, Saitama was actually able to just, without effort, catch a sword that could cut through the fabric of space and time.
Oh my god.
Catching Xeno Sword
Just
or Zero Sword. That's what it is.
Just no effort at all. I think he also transferred the force back to the user of the sword.
God, they need to come out with another season.
Yes.
Could just
and,
read the manga.
You see your sister just laughing maniacally as the major illusion dissipates.
Now I unsoil myself. Ha.
And she goes, ha. Sunny just sits there. We were in courts one day, and one of the other nobles tried to send a messenger over without the proper etiquette. It didn't go well.
Pink Mist?
Not quite.
Chunks?
No.
Broken nose.
Look, I don't think people are supposed to bend in a 90-degree angle backwards.
No, that would be painful.
Depends on how limber, but yeah, 90 is a pretty specific fucking angle.
Pretty sure a few slimes can do it.
So
90 is probably
Cayenne,
not even a challenge to them.
you get to the library, and she immediately goes in, and she just a little pep to her step as she starts looking for specific books.
I will let her do her thing, and I will find my own things to read.
Investigations. And as you're sitting there just contemplating what Sunny just told you about Shermir just folding someone backwards, Maggie walks in and stretches a little bit, and he's like, looks over at you, wondering why you look so pale. Boy,
Yes?
did you go to a desert? Wouldn't you have a little bit more colors?
I did a few minutes ago.
Sunny looks over.
Sonny, would you say that F. Cutie's feathers are more sharp or broad?
I'm not a druid.
Well, you spent more time with her, though, right?
Birds look like birds. No offense to any of the bird folk I know.
Yes, they definitely look like feathers.
Well,
All the time you
how
spent
much
with
progress
Cayenne
have
is
I managed
well
to make
paid off.
on the little like wooden figurine
Base shape.
base ship? Perfect. Keep on going. I'm just gonna work on it. It's gonna be another one to add to the collection, but yeah.
Rest of the family just kind of starts moving to their normal locations as they come in. What'd you get for your investigation there?
Yeah, 17.
17. You start looking around and you see one of the books that she's looking at is one that you had missed before. It was probably like hidden somewhere, like possibly put on a shelf and books put in front of it. And it's a very old bard book that was written about druid lore. And she's looking through it and finds the page that she was on and starts looking through it again. And it's about I'm sure you're looking over her shoulder, very curious at this.
Oh, yeah.
And it's talking about the essentially the old druid order and how once the leadership was gone, it broke apart into what is now essentially the archdruids that you deal with, the different elements. Essentially, the archdruids belong to a singular tribe united under one single person, but after that person died, they just kind of broke off into their own tribes to lead them. So, there's some information you're getting from looking over her shoulder.
I probably read that for a little bit and then try to look again if I don't get too distracted with what she's reading.
Good. Yeah, you can do another investigation. How are you doing over there, Nikolai, with this new information?
I can't wait to find out like what it all means. This is so cool that I was able to find something.
Is there any specific things that you're looking for book-wise or just anything?
Just anything that could potentially be helpful about understanding what we're going up against with these reliquaries.
Okay, go ahead and do an investigation.
I did.
What'd you get?
I got a natural 20.
Ooh, natural 20.
Nice.
Spicy dice. Let's see. I'll get back to you on that. But yeah, all the parents start showing up and
Hello, everybody.
Hang on.
Oh,
Can I do that with Mage Ball?
Yeah,
No.
you could.
Damn.
I don't know why
Whittling
you wouldn't be
away at
able to. Okay.
and so he gets like, huh?
He can't hear or see anything now.
Ithos is like, why?
Pun development after his little boo boo.
do they know about that? Do any?
No, they've been on vacation.
They don't know that they're.
Oh,
Shit! They don't know their son died.
so you remember hearing about his pen pal?
Ithos just looks over at you, and that full dragon stare is just barreling down on you. And so he gets
Player
like,
Player question: Does Cayenne's parents even know about her change at all?
no, they don't.
Okay.
They know that
Okay.
Osling is a god.
Oh shit. Okay, that's okay. Oh god. Oh no. Okay.
Wouldn't that be OU?
No, there was another thing I just thought of that I'm gonna have to break, and I may or may not get in a fight. We'll see.
Oh. Ah. And Sika just steps between you and her. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let him speak first. Then you can eat him.
Or not.
Maggie's like, the fuck? She will.
Okay.
Jewel's like, I've already unmade one god. By accident, I didn't. But I won't do it again.
Which, by the way, can you teach me that trick?
Maybe.
Okay. Anyway, Scav kind of has a visitor.
They all look at each other kind of curiously. And
His pen pal has decided to
That's right. They don't even know about that.
Sunny's like,
so everything he sees and hears and possibly touches, his special friend also gets all of that information.
you see, over there is Brigida, and she's just eating a sausage, and she's like, "Common motherfucker, do you speak it? Speak plainly. Stop being a cat."
Maybe somebody will get through him on that one of
And
these
she
days.
just glares at you.
Fuck it, I'm doing it.
Performance.
2 seconds.
Angry Centaur Mama's about to thrash him about like a Hulkin versus Logie. Just speak. No.
No, I just gotta look
Words.
up something real quick, like. And yeah, I totally agree. That would be perfect for a shirt. What? I mean, first level. Okay.
I'll make a song while I work a little bit more.
Okay. She said, "Stop being a cat about it." Fine. Disguise self.
What are you disguise selling here, Ralph?
Oh, she said, "Stop being a cat." So, what's the most opposite cat?
Bird.
Dog.
That yeah, I'm probably gonna go dog because
One of-
birds are terrifying.
I guess dog. I guess the closest thing to
So-
a dog you've met would
So
have been
you,
one of those
you
moles.
do minor illusion to do that.
Disguise self.
Okay,
She looks over at you and she's like, "Okay, you cast a spell."
Oh, she can probably fucking see through that.
She just starts tapping a foot on the ground.
Scab
Start looking for her sword.
has earned the attention of a certain dreadful acquaintance of yours.
You are very familiar with his taint.
Apparently, you punched a hole with a beam of sunlight.
Oh, how is he these days?
Well, you can unblindfold Scab and ask him yourself.
Mine.
So we're very, very cautious about what all is said in front of him.
Bear, unblindfold him.
Here's how you do it. Turn him around. And it's like on, off. On, off.
Sika goes
It's probably
over
a little
and
more complicated than
Sika
that.
goes over and he looks at you and he puts his hand on your shoulder and he pats you. Son,
Yes.
don't fight whatever he's going to do to you. It'll make the screaming hurt more. It's best that you loosen up and just allow things to happen.
Oh God.
Are you speaking from experience?
Oh no, I'm not the bard, boy.
So, yeah, I guess you learned about Mr. Victor.
Pen pal.
Maggie's like, oh, who's got the maid outfits for him?
That would be Coin. She's already got a couple picked out.
Ooh, I do need to speak to her then.
Oh yeah, I died. That was fun.
They all pause for a moment and look over, and you just hear golf claps.
First time.
And you see Prisha, she's like, you see her hand over coin to someone, and they all start passing coin to a few people that they had placed bets on who would die first out of the group. And you're realizing your parents bet against you.
Oh God. No.
It's gonna be Scabbard. Yep. Really? It's not gonna be Nicola? He's not gonna blow himself up?
The fuck?
My own parents against me. Wow. You know, fitting, I guess. They know best, considering dragon and kobold. Yeah, that was fun. Never want to do that again. But yeah, got a tag along that's somewhere in my head.
And Maggie looks over. I don't think it's in the head. Might be a little bit lower, boy.
Don't remind me. So, how was your vacation?
Good. This is the most amusing thing that's happened, believe it or not.
Hmm.
Abuse that their son died.
Hmm.
Ethos is like, I didn't even have to predict that he was going to be the first one to die. It was just going to happen.
It's just going to happen. I just knew it.
Hmm.
I did not use my powers to do that.
Look, he's the child of me and Seagate. Of course he's going to die first. It's not like he has any foresight in the world.
Oh.
And Seagate's like, come on. Well, I guess that's why he has a hard head.
Hey, don't forget,
The helmet's
before
anti-concussion.
this, I was the exact image of you. Even made the same mistakes too.
Ethos is like, and as everybody starts to settle in, there's another knock on the door.
I'll go get it. And make my way
Maybe
over.
you shouldn't.
Oh,
You go get the door.
yeah. Oh. Mm.
And
Go
go get
back
the
to
door.
working on my statue.
Blindfolded whittling.
I can feel it in my hands.
You feel a nick in your finger.
Ow.
It's okay. Keep on going.
You answer the
You
door.
can say you put your blood, sweat, and tears into it,
You
huh?
see
Mhm.
another one of the messengers there. Hello.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
It's morning somewhere. How's your day going?
Fine.
Oh.
Here, hand you the scroll,
Okay.
and then they head off.
Have a good one.
Do you open up the scroll and
At least see if it's addressed to someone
you
before
just see
reading somebody
you
else's
see-
mail.
the family?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm assuming I'm still part of the family, so I
Ye-
guess I.
You unroll it. It's a summons for it by Kippa, and you see everyone's name on the scroll.
Oh, fuck.
Parents and children.
Oh, fuck. Apparently, Kippa knows we're back.
She'd been known. Oh wait, I don't.
Pass it around.
Everybody starts looking like,
Busted.
Go to Jewel, Maggie, and Sunny. It's like, this really bets on who was going to go first.
Nicola. They're like, yeah.
Do I want to know who you guys bet on for second?
Nikolai.
Now that's trying to find a way to argue this, but then realizing his penchant for explosions and his lack of safety protocols. And
And
so,
Joel's like, it was a
mm,
toss up for last place between you and Cayenne, but we figure Cayenne has the most survival out of everybody.
Does take an awful lot to fucking knock her down. I seem to be the only one who tries to avoid the getting hit part.
Cayenne, as you're looking around the library,
Yes.
you find a very old journal that was tucked away and probably forgotten.
I am going to be very gentle when opening it.
The outer part of it is some sort of decaying leather at this point. Inside, you can see the parchment paper, and it's written in almost like a very strange to you, kind of like a very beautiful, royal, old English type of druid. It's like the most fancy druid you have ever seen.
I'm going to be as gentle with this journal as I can.
And it seems to be possibly a druid's personal. They're one of their journals or a druid bard of some sort. Where they
I'll
were, yeah.
I'll look through it. See what I
You
can
can,
find out.
yeah, you can do an investigation with advantage.
I don't know why, but for some reason, the first thing that came to mind when you said this is just, those big old Victorian collars that look like they're just kind of one big wave after wave?
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine one of those, but made out of a leaf.
It's kind of a cool look.
I got a 13.
Because of the fanciness of the druid writing, it's a little hard to start to pick apart what the book is about or the journal itself. But it's definitely something that feels of value to hold on to and look through when you have more, when you can sit down and look at it.
I definitely will.
And you hear behind you very quiet.
I will carefully turn around.
And you see one of the messengers there, and she's just kind of sitting there. You can tell she's half orc, and she holds out a scroll for you.
Oh, thank you.
She nods and bows and heads off.
Have a great one.
You too. And you can see to the family.
Oh boy.
And as you open it up, you see a summons and you see everyone's name on there.
Except Nikolai.
Oh,
He's already there.
Parents back. Oh shit. Oh.
That should have been
So,
the name of the episode.
How
Aw,
big is
shit.
the pile of
Parents are
books
back.
that
Oh, shit.
I'm just gonna call her Effie.
That's fine.
I think that's a cute nickname, Effie.
That's pretty great.
You start to look around for her, and you instantly have like almost like a motherly like panic as you misplaced her. And you walk past a pile of books, and you pause for a moment. You walk around the books, and you realize that she's brought enough books over to wherever she was sitting. It literally made her disguised as a pile of books.
That is. I'm going to call somebody out. That is some Mongo shit.
That only happened once or twice at every
People
library
won't
he's
bug
ever
me if I'm
visited.
if they just think I'm a pile of books, and I will sit here and read.
And it's almost like an igloo of books around her. And you can see inside there's a single candle and where she was writing notes and has like a book open. And she just looks over at you and her. Yes.
We have a summons.
She tilts her head like wondering what that even is.
Basically, we have a meeting with Kippa.
Oh. She closes the book and stands up. Puts all of her notes stuffs them into her pockets, and you realize she doesn't have like any sort of bag of holding, and these scrolls are all her journals are just sticking out of her pockets in every direction.
Would you like me to hold something for you so you don't lose it?
And she takes them all out and hands them to you very carefully.
I will safely put them away.
So eventually, you guys head to the rendezvous in the meeting chambers, the large hall.
Oh, fuck.
And you guys all start heading in, and Nikolai and Kip are already there. And Lumion walks in, and he looks over at you, Cayenne, and like, huh. She summoned everyone.
I'm kind of walking
Yeah.
behind others to not be clearly seen.
On the scroll, there were no non-family members. I'm thankful for that, because I did not want to have to deal with waking Sally. She's still asleep.
She
Paper needy.
he needed it. Her and Jeer both.
Of course.
Coin?
Coin, sir.
Oh,
She's family.
Mildo and Udin?
Udin is dead, bud.
Mildo and Kilo.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you killed him.
Kilo. Mildo and Kilo as well.
Yep.
And then somebody ate him.
Something ate him.
Osling walks up with her arms crossed, and she's like, And then Alufa walks in behind her, and it's like, she stands behind Osling, goes, crosses her arm, and just kind of does an imitation. And Osling just turns around and looks at her, and they just kind of grab each other's hand and go and find a place to sit.
Please tell me Millum comes in.
Yeah.
Nikolai's gonna run over to her and hug her.
She hugs back, and she's like,
Oh, this is
That's you.
interesting.
and Osling, she's like, oh, right. She looks over at you, and she's like, be gone, thought. And you suddenly feel him gone.
It's warm again.
I don't feel like dread and misery.
Thank you.
Telling you, sister, you need to learn how to do that.
Oh, right. I forgot. Never mind.
It's been a while since we've all been together like this.
Yeah, we'll find out if it's good news.
Mika looks at you. What?
I found a cipher in Wraith's notes. And it simply says, get the whole family together. It's in their rings or something like that.
Huh? She reaches in her pocket and she starts fishing around and takes them out.
Yeah.
I guess we...
I don't know what to do from there. Did we figure out anything else, or was that the only message?
That was the only message. And she walks to the table and climbs up on the bench and puts the rings on the table.
Yeah.
And Holvar looks over. Do we have to travel really far and throw him into a mountain?
Is it just
Look, some people say you can't walk there, but others would disagree.
So-
just walk in the morning.
question for you, Nikolai? The way that it's worded, is it just Nika's and your father's, or the whole family's, like all the parents' rings?
It's just your parents.
Just mom and dad's.
I have an idea.
What?
Why don't you, Mongo, and everyone else here who knows how to do so use some sort of identification?
That's exactly what I was thinking would be the first step.
Kippa's like, she just looks over. I would think, honestly, based off of the dangers present, perhaps since it was your father's, tinkering would be the first approach.
Yeah.
That seems like the safest. And you see the...
Yeah, because, identified literally is just the shortcut.
You see the various spellcasters among the group, the really powerful ones, setting up lots of wards around the room.
All right.
Do you think there might be anything evil tethered to it, Kippa?
She just kind of shrugs. Goes
Oh.
now.
Mellum? Mongo? Start looking at these rings.
Mellum's like, she just stretches. And she just pulls out a stick of TNT. All right.
No.
She said, oh.
Father,
We're
still got a little bit of that.
we're going to study them,
spirit in you?
sister.
Well, my oath is to the family, so I'm still technically a paladin.
I think the two of us should probably put some sort of divine protection in case there is some evil connected there.
Honestly, I think the gods have it covered.
Yeah, true.
Mhm.
I'm not one to step on a god's toes unless I'm trying to kill them.
I just kind of think that Mongo would be helpful because he does follow some of the same things that Nikolai does
So,
now. So
You guys would definitely have advantage on tinkering with all the family buffs that are tinkers. You would have an additional plus 10.
okay, and we take all the time that we're allowed to, is what I would say. So let's
There
roll.
are a lot of passive abilities in this one room right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You also got
And-
that +3. Oh, I know. You gain blessings.
Appreciated. And tinkering throughout the wonderful night is my last little thing that I can use.
Goggles.
Click. I clicked it. This is the one where it can be plus or minus.
Lots of things going on at the right now. There are a lot of numbers to keep track of right now.
I think I can. Yeah, I can do aid too. To just give everybody a plus there. Let's see. Increase. This is toughness, resolve, creatures. Okay, no, that's just
Lumion comes
aid.
up
No,
behind
that
you and he
doesn't do
wraps
it.
his arms around you gently, Cayenne. Just like this big dark cloak now hugging you that you're familiar with.
I'd hug back.
Oh, that's right. Guidance. That's what I was looking at, wasn't it? Yeah, +4 any number rolled on a skill or ability check. Yeah. So yeah,
Roll tinkering.
I'll give everybody guidance.
What's tinkering?
Roll arcana. Roll that
Oh.
tinkering. God, you guys have like on your arcana you have like an additional fuck.
Do I have advantage in any way?
Yeah.
for-
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. She
thank
said we have
God.
advantage, and we get +10.
A +10, a
And you can-
+3.
and a
You would have
+4.
just from the family members, you'd have a plus 15 on your arcana.
You also
Well,
have
already then.
you also have an additional number +3 because of that bless.
Okay, so just with that, that's one number. What's the
+3 is
how
20.
much fucking shit am I adding?
+4 is
Plus
I'm gonna need
15,
24.
16, 17, 18.
plus 18.
Yeah.
+18, 24 + 18, 42.
No, yours is 10.
Oh.
Or 15-ish, yeah.
15. Okay.
God, there's a lot of numbers.
17 +3 is 20 +4 is 24 +15. You said
We'll just say 15, because I don't want to keep track of all the numbers in my head right
this
now.
is 39, and then we get to add +20 for taking time.
Tom had to pull out a
59.
calculator.
Big number.
Okay, so you said I had the plus 18, and we're also taking 20. And then
Yes, Tom, it's a number.
yes, it's a rather large number. My calculator's never done this when dice are involved.
Oh, that's before I add my ability. So 59 + 5 would be 64.
I hear the boner over there because big numbers.
I'm proud of you too.
Asshole.
Except,
is the
wouldn't
number
I
bigger
want to
than your
use
hit points?
investigation for this?
I think
Or
it
could I
might
use
actually be.
investigation?
No, it's tinkering.
Tinkering? Okay.
I think it might actually be. It is. It is.
And then you cast something, and he's got something to also add to.
Guidance.
It was already added on.
I already added his
Oh,
on
okay.
19.
All those were
Yeah.
already added. Okay, cool. 59.
59. So you kind of watch the boys as they begin to work on this, and everybody's just kind
there
of.
too.
Huh?
Millam's there
Yeah.
too.
But she's more or less just like she's an explosive expert.
Yeah,
So
but she's not. She's smart though too.
Yeah. let me get to it.
Yeah.
So you guys, everybody's gathered around this table, just kind of watching you guys work together, and it's a two-pronged attack that you realized you guys needed. You can see as you're cycling through, you have to cycle through the various magic types because of the lock, and you can see Nikolai actually moving the rings within each other. That's like undoing a vault lock.
Oh.
So you can see when he hits a proper pin, you don't feel any sort of feedback, but you can see it.
Mm.
And then once that pin is gone, you have to cycle through again and find it on a different one. to find the next actual pin to unlock it.
Hmm.
And then you have to turn it, and it starts to become another lock. And you just finally get it, and you finally feel like some sort of feedback, and you can see nothing but pure darkness in the middle of the rings, and you see a pearl fall out, and it just kind of rolls across the table, and Millen catches it before it falls off. And she's like,
I don't know what that is.
Uh,
Popped out of the rings from a pure dark field.
Look, I may know gems and pearls and such, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Millen goes over, she just kind of gently takes a stick of dynamite and puts it into the rings,
Hmm.
and she just examines it for a minute. She pulls it back out. She's like, it's a kind of like a bag of holding.
Huh.
A locked, hidden one.
Okay,
Upside
an
down.
object that you have.
Wait, don't turn it down!
It's like maybe there's more stuff in there. Good
Yeah,
idea, bad idea, guys? Like,
You try to check, there's nothing else in there. This
Oh,
was the
okay.
only thing in there.
okay.
And with how well this was hidden,
It's literally just a mini bag of holding designed to hold this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what is it?
Kippa reaches over and takes it from Mellum and looks at it a little bit and examines it some, and she's like, you see all of the different magics coming off of it.
Whoa.
It's like a kaleidoscope.
What do you see?
Kind of back the fuck up. Shit ain't supposed to look like that.
Kippa's like, it's a memory safe.
A memory safe?
Yeah, they're
He did figure out how to fuck with the identification spells.
they're
Yeah. That's
these
true.
are rare. Like, so in order to create one of these, she sets it on a piece of cloth very gently so it doesn't roll or break.
Mm-hmm.
You have to either give up something really painful or really happy to create the actual item. You can't just buy one of these. They have to be created by the person.
When you say give up, like it no longer is a memory to you?
Right. It's gone. It's used as the catalyst to create the item.
Oh.
So whatever memory we pull out of here must have been something very, very important.
Very painful or very positive. And it was in my parents'
Well-
wedding bands.
Well, it's just meant to create. It does. We don't know what the memory is.
Okay.
Like I said, the memory is just the catalyst to create the item.
Okay.
How does one access the memory inside?
Is it a one-time use? Do you know?
Yeah. Once we find out what's in there, that's it. It's gone. With the memory now lives with us, whatever's in there and what we see, we can't identify it again.
Oh.
Well, I guess it's a very good thing that Nikolai has a mind like a steel trap.
Yeah.
This is really kind of
Is
this
that
might.
something Dad could do, Mom?
She just looks over at you and finally just shakes her head. Your dad could barely remember which note he was working on, much less the previous day.
Where the hell did this come from? Ugh.
Cayenne, you're just standing there leaning on Lumion, and you would just be like, perhaps one of the gods that he follows might have gifted him with this as a tool.
He could have been gifted it from a deity he may have followed.
Yeah, that's nothing to say that it's one of his memories.
Hmm.
Just a memory.
You don't have a super memory trap, do you, Mom?
Yeah, she's like, no, only recipes.
Okay. So
So
what do we do? Just
Kippa's like, well, need a drop of blood from the bloodline, and then the rest of us could actually cast identification. I
is it
don't need
from
a.
either one of myself or Millum or both?
It could be from any three of you.
Any three of us. Oh, Mom.
Mika,
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you
I'm
you
not
are blood.
dead
Yes,
anymore.
yes. I was thinking like part of the bloodline, not the bloodline. I don't know. I was drunk last night.
And you hear Holvar first time.
That drunk, yes. Um. So, question: is there any thought on who should do it? Like, should it be mom? Should it be me? Should it even be Millum as she's not in her original form?
It needs to be from the bloodline, so you or your mother would be the best catalyst. I will be leading the identification, and then, well, we have enough people here that are high enough in the arts to help amplify it.
There's no better unlock between myself or mom. Okay. Mhm. Prick finger.
What about both?
That's what I was asking.
It,
Does it matter if both?
from what Kippa understands, it doesn't.
Who knows what my dad did? Let's both do this one.
Well, I may be able to help.
Your mom walks over and she's like, "Okay," and she pulls out a knife and stabs it right through her hand. She's like, "Ow!"
That you just needed to prick your finger, mom.
And Holvar's like, she's like, Holvar said it would be cool, and she pulls the knife out. She's like,
Leaning forward very slowly to glare at him.
he just kind of shrugs a bit. What?
Seriously, what is with your generation? Hey, we need a drop of blood. Oh, I know. Let me cut an arm off. Look at my dad.
And she's just kind of like, the blood is this beautiful white.
So are we ready then?
She's just
I'm-
like,
I'm gonna look to see if anyone has shielded Kippa's eyes at all.
Sir Mir's eyes are like, his hand is out in front of her because he's right next to her.
Go put it.
With your permission, may I see your hand?
What do you want to do first?
Heroism, just in case there's anything traumatizing in there.
No. don't worry about
Okay.
it.
And she just kind of holds her hand over it,
Get
and all
it-
this blood.
well, I was going to get a drop of blood from both and make sure it's
Yeah.
equally mixed, and then one single drop.
Yeah, she's just like standing there. She's like,
Come here, mom. Why don't you? What? Take enough, basically match the quantities, and mix them in a little vial, and then drop it on the stone.
she just walks back, and she's just kind of standing there, and you could just see a small puddle of gathering under her. And a few of the
do I
healers in the
have
group
a
come up
spell
Yeah.
for
Um,
healing right now?
help clean up some of the blood.
and persistate. There's like a trail going there and a trail
Yeah,
back.
I don't have any healing available right now. Oh, I have cure wounds. I would have done cure wounds on her after I get the blood.
And as the ritual begins, we're going to take our break, and we will find out what's in his little marble.
Yeah, ready.
I just thought of the way Mongo could cast prestidigitation to clean up the blood.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I gotta put
All right.
my earpiece in.
Getting back to it, you have essentially unlocked the pearl, donated what is required, and the identification circles and protections have been put down to discover what is actually within this item. It's the usual feeling of. Let's do that one. It's the usual feeling of being pulled in, but it's worse. It's like an elevator. It's like when a plane drops altitude suddenly.
No, my favorite kind of ride.
And
Fun.
then it's like hitting really hard turbulence because of the state that this is in. Even with the high levels of identification at work, it's like drop and then turbulence. And then it's kind of like as you ease into the memory, it feels like that sudden feeling when you feel like you're falling in your sleep.
That sensation that just like jolts you awake.
And you find
Dang.
yourselves standing in find yourself standing in Royk's workshop, but parts of it are degraded and not whole, kind of like ether from how long ago this was.
Okay.
That it's incomplete. You can't make out all the details. Some of it's fuzzy, kind of like out of focus. Others are crystal clear and sharp.
Immediately making my way to anything that looks like it's written down.
And you see Rick there, and I'm gonna. You see someone come through the door, and it's that sickly dragon, the one that they permitted to be in, and he has a staff, and he walks over to Rick, and Rick's like, "How can I help you?" And you see Rick kind of put his hand in his pocket like he's doing something. Nonchalantly, kind of sleight of hand. You instantly recognize it as sleight of hand, as do the others that are familiar with it.
Any way to tell what he's doing precisely?
Can't tell. And the dragon walks over and he's like, Rick, I know the secret that you keep about the clone. And Rick's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And Rick begins to move, and the dragon taps the staff down, and Rick just kind of takes his hand out of his pocket, and you see him just kind of glaze over instantly. And the dragon just reaches out and puts his hand on his shoulder, and he's like, I have a simple request. It's quite easy. And you see him turn the staff, and you can almost see like runes starting to appear, like a lock of some sort. And you get to the type of magic where you can tell this is a manipulation of sorts. And the dragon just simply smiles a little bit. He's like, you will free your creation, and you will submit to it. You know it's the right thing to do. And Rick just kind of nods. Of course. It's the right thing to do. And the dragon just pats him on the shoulder, and he's like, I'm glad we can agree. I've got other duties to tend to. You go take care of things. And he turns and heads for the door and heads out of the door. And Rurik stands there for a few moments, looking around a little bit, watching the dragon leave. And then he turns and he heads over and he opens up the secret passage, heading deep down into a hidden area of the location. And the memory just kind of fades out and it fades back into where this area is that's dimly lit, a laboratory essentially, where he conducts his other experiments that he doesn't want people to see. And the clone is there, and immediately gets up and walks over to Rurik almost submissively, like expecting its master to respond. And Rurik walks over to this strange to his clone that's a perfect image of him, and he looks over at him, and he looks at him, and the clone's like, "How may I serve?" And Rurik just looks to him and says, "You are free. You have your own free will, and it cannot be undone." And with this, almost like a collar appears, and you can see the runes appear, and they just start fracturing and breaking apart as the freedom is given to this clone that he created. The bond no longer, the subservitude is no longer there. And and the memory Brig begins to come out of it, and before he can respond, the clone responds and casts the spell quickly, instantaneously. And teleportation portals, about 7 of them appear along Rick before he can respond, and he tries to put his hand out and he can't get out of this. And the clone just quickly casts another spell before Rick can respond, taking away, casting silence on him. And the figure looks at him, the clone now free, and he's like, "Goodbye." And he slams it down immediately. Rick is severed into 7 pieces, sent to 7 different realms, killed instantly. And the marble drops rolling across the floor, and the figure turns, rubbing his hands together, and the clone just smiles. "Work to be done and wills to be carried out. I can't wait." And he heads for the door, and he kind of adjusts himself to look more like Rick and act like him, having all the memories to perfectly impersonate him. And he heads upstairs, and the orb hits the corner of a wall, and suddenly you guys are all pulled out of the memory, standing back with each other.
Whoa. Whoa. That's crazy. Holy
Was
smokes.
I able to recognize anything about that dragon?
Go ahead and do a nature. I'm sure you were going to do something about that too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to immediately
What you want from me?
sketching him down immediately.
I got natural 20.
Nice.
What you want from me?
Fuck. Wisdom. What?
Can
Not
I
a
tell what
one.
kind of magic he was using? Or he's obviously a caster of some form.
Yeah. Arcana.
You know what? I think I might use my amulet here.
Fuck.
I'm gonna use my amulet here.
Was that a 1?
Yes.
You wouldn't actually have a 1 in this scenario because of all the things going on in the room. So it would be advantage.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I'm immediately sit down right where I'm at and start sketching
Your
this
sleight of
dragon
hand?
character.
Cayenne, with your natural 20 of nature and your recent studies of possible enemies that you would take on, you would know that was essentially a type of necrotic abyssal dragon, and they're known to feign illnesses to get pity, to infiltrate, and to manipulate.
Modify 20.
Yeah, you're able to get a sketch down.
18.
Am I
18?
adding anything to this? Because if not, it is a 28.
18? He was definitely using the casting, the spell ranges that you would find for manipulation, mental manipulation, and things like that. Dominate.
Yeah.
Dominate and modify memory, essentially.
Wizard, cleric, warlock.
It's hard to glean that. It could be wizard or it could be sorcerer. It could be inherit, like I said, a sorcerer. 28?
28.
Definitely an abyssal dragon of some sort.
What do I know about abyssal dragons in my research?
Don't we have to fight one to get our homeland back?
Yes.
They're fucking manipulative and absolutely dangerous. They're essentially a walking plague, but both to psyches and physically. They can they basically infect all aspects of what they're attacking.
Is there anything about the portals you opened up? Any like colors, runes around them, anything like that I noticed?
You would know the portals that he opened were necrotic in nature. They were not the traditional teleportation portals. They were meant to inflict pain and suffering.
That was an abyssal dragon.
They're known to manipulate people by faking illness to get pity.
They're also basically walking, talking plagues against both the mind and the body.
And the rest of you see the parents just looking a bit more distraught than the actual kids. Like,
So Rurik
So
wasn't.
who the fuck was he?
Rurik was not responsible then.
No, Rurik was a fucking pawn. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Your hair is gravitating towards the backdrop. It's freaking hilarious.
Having an Einstein moment, okay?
Jewel speaks up and she's like, "We tried to do our best, much like any good adventuring group, and we thought that he was just simply a sick dragon that we could help rehabilitate. We didn't realize the danger that we had let through our doors. We were naive and thought we were..." And Ithos kind of interrupts, "infallible."
And how did you not notice this?
Ithos just looks at you and she just gives you that look like it's obvious how she didn't know this.
The mind
Kaya
rot
is
you just
going
mentioned?
to
True.
look at
true.
her father and how in the absolute fucking hells did you not notice this?
I was drunk.
That's not a fucking excuse, and you know it.
And you see your mom glare at him too.
Didn't you piss off didn't you kill a abyssal dragon or something?
Yeah, I did.
That be a relation?
Could be.
We know that the one that's currently in Essent Crest now is a direct relative of the one that you killed.
The sickly one, what happened to him? Where is he?
I think that's the one that's in our homeland right now.
After things, we had to take care of things, and before we died, he just simply disappeared. When things started going south, we looked towards our priorities, which was taking care of our own.
Do you remember the last place that y'all had any contact with him? Like even just a landmark.
The last place Dad had any contact with him is downstairs.
Your mother speaks of Cayenne, Brigitta. She's like, "It was the castle. We saw him before we headed out on our last mission."
Actually, the last place Dad had any contact with him is gone now. Remove that from existence.
Didn't we see this guy before? A while ago? Like physically amongst us?
No.
Or was that in a memory?
No,
That was a memory.
Kippa looks over. "Where did you guys die? Each of you. It's understandable where you died, and the details of how you died. But where?" Holvar just kind of... You see him look somber for once. He's like, "We were trying to stop a cult from resurrecting..." Look, I'm not going to name the god. I don't want to give him any power. But he's known as a god of murder, and it's not the god of murder of mortals, it's a god of murder of gods. That's his MO. He seeks out gods, he challenges them, he kills them, removes them from the slate, gains their power. He was a god slayer. We were trying to stop it. So we went down to his last known temple to try and stop it.
And where would that be?
It'd be
The deep dark, the abyss.
You
think that
dying
you
there,
think the
Hova,
gods
might
or
have
the
been part of
mortals
the
are going
plan.
to simply leave that place above ground and not bury it deep underground?
I'm with Mongo on this one. I think that what are the chances that it was all a trap?
We already know it was a fucking trap.
probably very likely a trap.
Joel's like, of
There's
course
no
it was
question
a fucking
about it.
trap. Look, we went down there, we were prepared, and one of our own literally fucking killed us. How much more of a trap do you want to say? Do you want it? She just does minor illusion trap.
Took everybody out one at a time.
Okay, but
He didn't spontaneously do this. He just like, oh look, they're there. Hey, let's go ahead and do it for funsies. He stalked and planned every fucking detail of it.
It's a copy
We
of my
saw
father.
how it happened.
yes, I'm aware. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, what if? Okay, more than likely, let's say, hypothetically, the clone was doing exactly that, trying to resurrect whatever this is, and used each of you to do so. How bad would that be?
Well, you
How
would,
bad would bringing a god-killing god back be?
well, let's you see. It's like, well, let's put it into perspective here of the fact that we have God's presence, son. A god that kills God doesn't mean that God is dead. It means that their followers no longer have any power, which starts to unravel them. Do that to enough gods and think of the pandemonium it's going to cause. Now, the fact of the matter is that it takes very specific things to unlock that tomb of the god. We were going down there to make sure none of the cult was still alive and that those seals were still in place.
Did you guys get there at all before you were killed off?
What was left of us before everybody was killed off? Yes, and it was still sealed. But there was no cult there. It was clearly
So
a trap.
clearly a trap. Absolutely clearly a trap. Okay. Just a way to
What are the odds that these cloaked bastards might be part of that cult? Because we ran into a certain somebody with a little bit of warlock juju.
Yep, it was like, that would honestly come from the Abyssal Dragon. Osling just chimes up. Well, it makes sense with how you said that he was killed.
Abyssal Dragon has a group following that may or may not be trying to do something with this god killer. And we still don't know what their entire end plan, their end goal, the whole shebang, what they're trying to do.
Yep, it's like he's trying to bring around, at the end, restructure everything, set his order to the world.
I think the God Killer is just a red herring, as the word is used. I don't think that's the issue.
What are the odds of the stickly dragon trying to take the god killer's job?
I don't think. I think it was just a. I just think the whole thing about someone trying to resurrect the God Killer was just an important enough mission for our parents to go do.
Abyssal dragons don't work directly, they work indirectly. It has to be an extreme circumstance for them to get their claws dirty.
Well, clearly this one doesn't mind doing so. So, I think that is a fair question to ask. What if it is trying to either awaken it or take its power? I mean, causing absolute pandemonium would be one hell of a good way to destroy the world.
Yeah, I suppose
You
so.
hear Lumion speak up, he's like, unlikely. If I were to grab for power, I wouldn't wake up or try to steal the power of something
Something that can take it
that
direct.
opposes what my goals are.
Yeah.
I don't think a god-killing god would exactly try to align themselves with anyone else.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I think that's why I think it's just a red herring. Our parents are amongst the deities that this god killer would have taken, and it's important enough to one of us at the time. I guess he was thinking he was going to take up the mantle and be the god he was born to prevent this from happening.
Well, it does bring up another question. How do we kill something that we can't approach or touch?
Oh, there's still ways.
What do you
I
mean?
mean, you guys have that fun little spell of dropping mountain on people, right?
Yeah.
All we got to do is find out where he is. Now, all
And,
of a sudden, we can see what's going through his mind, which is a
I
mountain.
mean, I think it's
Holvar
worth
just-
sending
you see,
somebody to take a look
Cayenne,
at
you
the
look
place.
at your father, and he looks rather upset for once. That joyous nature of his is completely dissipated.
I mean, I think it's worth sending someone to take a look at it just to be sure, but I don't think it's a goal that we need to worry about.
Holvar just kind of speaks up finally. He's like, I was at one point looking to rehabilitate and become a better god, but Rurik discouraged me from that.
Or
So at
perhaps
that point
See,
in time,
was it Rurik or his clone?
Oh,
Probably
I'm
the
pretty sure it
clone.
was the clone.
Just want to make sure.
Is that I should stay among the mortals because that was my proper place in things.
how long ago was that before everything went to shit?
Hard to gauge. Probably well after this thing started pulling the strings.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was definitely after. But just trying to figure out a time frame for when the knockoff took over.
Kippa she's sitting there and she's like, this gives me a lot of new leads to analyze.
I wonder how Wraith found this information to know that this was important.
well, I mean, if there's a body, you can always ask.
Osling's like, I sanctified the body. We're not asking. She's living happily ever after in the afterlife.
Go over to Nikolai's mom. So you probably knew him better than anyone else, yeah?
Yeah.
What would he keep in his pockets? Specifically, this one, because as soon as the dragon walked in, he put his hand in his pocket and
Yeah.
started doing something.
I
He was up to something.
usually tools or other things. All I can guess is that it was that he was activating
The marble.
so that he would, if anything happened, there would be a trail. Something to.
Something tipped him off to the fact that he was getting manipulated, but he wasn't quite sure what it was.
He was paranoid, very paranoid.
So we probably would have gotten along on some aspects.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong.
How is Cayenne reacting to her father actually admitting this information?
Cayenne's getting even more angry at this clone, but now she wants to make an armor of dragon scale.
Oh, that's gonna be badass.
Abyssal
the-
dragon scale.
I bet the dragon's gonna be divvied out for parts at the end of this.
Oh yeah.
Oh. I'm curious in how Wraith knew that this information was important enough.
She was a master spy.
Yeah.
So therefore, I think she understood the importance of putting herself at risk for something. This is probably why that she was targeted for execution.
Osling, there's no way to commune with her?
Osling's like, I will state once again, she is at peace.
I understand.
I'm not going to disturb her peace. Reaching to the other side with me and Cayenne would fundamentally torture the soul to bring them back, just to ask him questions.
Nikolai, did you get a good look at that staff?
Yeah, it's actually probably drawn into the image that he's sitting there drawing right now.
You can do an investigation on the drawing.
It's a mod of a high 20. It's not a bad drawing.
Yeah, but my roll is only a fucking 10.
I mean, it doesn't have to be very high based off of the information plus the other bonuses. So it's a lot higher than 10. You look at the drawing and you go to examine it. And at first it looks like a normal, like, wooden, gnarled, like, druid staff of some sort with various, like, trinkets hanging off the end. And then you pause for a moment and you examine it more. And you realize that the actual, like, staff itself is a bunch of wizard wands that have been twisted together and amalgamated into this staff. And the trinkets hanging off of the end are actually pieces of wizard books.
Yeah, because I need another excuse to kill this guy. Brain Jewel, the whole wizardy family. Every wizard in the fucking room right now. And point this out.
And
any rumors at any point of a fucking wizard hunter?
Lumion speaks up and he's like, there's plenty of them out there. However, this particular staff has shown up in the black market and quickly vanished here and there.
So somebody uses it for a little bit, dies, one gets sold and picked up by somebody else.
Seems so.
Oh.
It's never come across any of my markets, and I don't think the hole in the wall would ever accept such an item, so...
Yeah, probably not.
Is this something that either one of your networks, Kippa or Lumion, may be able to might be able to track down next time it becomes available?
We can try. Kippa's like, certainly.
What kind of wards would be on this thing?
It's hard to say without the object present.
Because I have a spell that can track items, but only for a certain amount of feet. Now, I'm sure we could probably ramp it the fuck up. I just don't know the kind of bounce back that would happen if we even try it.
What about you, Cayenne?
All I can say is from what I saw of that staff, and I don't even need to be present, is it's evil. I would not want to find that in any shop.
Lumion's
It needs to
like,
be destroyed.
Oh, no doubt about that.
Is something of that nature, of that kind of corruption and death, more than likely has wards on it that could kill whoever gleams on it.
That's what I figured.
So, Ithos, I have a question for you. I know Mother Kodos can take multiple forms. Seen her in at least 3 different forms.
Is that a thing all dragons can do?
Mm, we generally have a smaller state. She motions to herself. Our true dragon state and a human state. The human state is incredibly hard to maintain. I don't know of any dragons that can take multiple.
Do we know? Do we know if these abyssal dragons can do this?
Generally based off of their corruption, no. They do not have the ability.
When he was casting these spells, he barely fucking made any kind of physical movements at all. This motherfucker's no joke.
Must be
He
a
is
very
a dead,
old one.
serious fucking problem.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm just wondering if I'm kind of thinking this creature that infected our parents by his presence might be the one that is in our home. One and the same.
Kippa's like, it's highly likely, or that it could be his wormling.
Is what?
Wormling. Child.
Oh.
His own child.
The abyssal dragons, they don't breed like traditional dragons. They are self-contained. They don't need a mate. They just need lots of death and murder and darkness.
Oh, so Piccolo Jr. Great.
God, they sound like no funny. Ugh.
Basically, can recreate himself as however much he wants. That's good to know.
Not really. From everything we've heard, they're probably going to keep their young count to a fucking minimum.
Kippa's like, that is completely true. They do not enjoy the presence of other abyssal dragons because they're selfish for power, each of them.
Well,
It's probably pure ego that drives them to actually make another.
That's black dragons.
well, here's a very important question. Aside from the big ass blade Mother stuck into the wall, have any of you forged any dragon killing weapons?
And Brigitta speaks up. Look, honestly speaking, any of our good gear is probably where we died. If it hasn't been picked clean already.
Well, we know where you died, Ithos.
Did all of you go in about the same area?
I saw where Dad died.
Mother died in Essencrest,
I died in Essencrest.
a place we can't safely get to at the moment.
Kippa speaks up. You still have reliquaries to take care of. Tomorrow you'll meet your envoy for the Feywild.
So, yeah, I don't think we need to be chasing any of this down right now.
The reliquaries are our primary
Yep.
targets to cripple the power base. At least we can neutralize one threat.
You know, we're taking out of the fucker's lieutenant, not the actual source of the problem. But yeah, if we can make him a little bit weaker, it's worth it doing.
Well, do we know if destroying these vessels actually weaken him, or is it just that once we can actually get to him, if there's no more vessels, we can just kill him and he's done?
Yeah, Augustine she kind of walks over to the table, puts her hand on the table, and she puts down a piece of parchment, and she pulls out a blade. She's like, say this is him, this parchment.
Okay.
And she takes the parchment and she slices off a piece of it, moves it away. There is less of him. And she keeps doing that until there's just a tiny piece of parchment left. Every piece removes a piece of his power base and makes him weaker and easier to kill.
So destroying these vessels does weaken him.
Correct.
Also, it leaves him without an exit strategy.
So any creature of his type won't make very many.
Right. Kippa just looks over. The course of action is this. You will deal with Victor's deal and try not to fuck us more. She looks at you specifically.
Well, that's what I was about to ask you, Kippa. Do you think it's a good idea for
You're
me to
doing
go?
it regardless. It's a reliquary.
Okay.
You have no say in the matter.
She's correct. You literally have no say in the matter, Scav.
Oh no, I'm not talking about with Victor. I'm talking about me going to the Feywild while we still have the tag along.
You're not going to the Feywild. You're going to go deal with Victor first.
Okay,
then
I
you
was
will be-
confused because it sounded like you
Mm.
said Feywild first, but
You're meeting the envoy.
Yes.
And then after Victor's reliquary is dealt with, you will be going to the Feywild to deal with the next one, while the other team takes care of the other two. That will completely cripple his power base.
So we're assuming
So currently
we're
there's
pretty
only
sure
4
there's
more.
6 of them.
We're nearing the end of his power base and he's getting desperate. The group that you're going to meet up in the Feywild are a very rambunctious group of people and hard to track. But they have similar goals to yours as you did with your previous reliquary.
All right.
I have no idea what to expect once we're there in the in his realm. He said we're supposed to be safe, but I don't know if he's just gonna
His-
pull me away from you guys the moment I'm there, or if we'll
As
have to
far
travel
as
there.
I know, you are going to be his pampered little. I won't say the nickname that he gave you. You will be pampered and well taken care of.
You hear Holvar, you're gonna be his slut! And everybody starts laughing. And Kipper's just sitting there as serious as ever with Sir Mir.
I'm honestly, I'm probably right there with them. Like, oh no.
Not trying to be funny, but those were his exact words that you will be pampered and well taken care of. Meaning that there will be no harm that comes to you, and he will keep those that go bump in the night and all the dark denizens of his realm at bay as long as we stay straight to the path where we need to go.
Bridgetta looks over at you, Scavard, and she's like, oh, pro tip. Don't listen to the enticings of his brides or entice them. They're the few things that can actually subvert his will. To an extent.
So
It's a good thing I'm immune to being charmed, unless
Would
that
it
doesn't work
be-
there.
do you think that you'll be working with our parents, Skippa, to
Mhm.
get someone to the last places they were at alive?
Possibly. I have a lot of work to do, so you are dismissed. I have a lot to go over and think about as well. Enjoy the rest of the day. You'll meet the envoy tomorrow. Don't think too heavily on this.
Kippa, there's something I would like to ask real quick.
Go for it, Cayenne.
Effie, she mentioned she likes to study old history and she's well versed. Could you, if you don't mind, is there a way that you would be able to get her to where she would have more materials to study outside what our public library has here?
I could dredge up something for her. I was unaware that she preferred history, so.
She says she likes old history.
I got a few ideas.
I'm just gonna smile over at Effie.
And she just sits there and she just looks over. Hmm. She's the only one that hasn't really done anything. She's just been kind of sitting there like, I'm invisible. She's pulling Drax. If I sit here and I don't move, I'm invisible.
I'm invisible.
I am going to
have the parents met her?
Yeah.
Okay.
She came in with me. We were at the library
Because they were
together.
on vacation, I didn't know what time she got there, and they left.
Oh, okay. I'm on board now.
I'm gonna whisper to Kippa.
Nate, look at your messages.
So do they know about Udin yet?
The family? Not everyone. Congratulations on telling everybody.
I wasn't the one that found out. It was Ayan who told me. I didn't even know. We more or less almost, well, I almost died a second time, basically.
Nikolai's keeping that to himself.
Okay.
Unless Kippa also knows, then she'll know too. But
No, she's letting you keep it to yourself or share it.
I barely found out about it yesterday, and this was a month and a half ago, so yeah.
She doesn't respond. She's like, it is what it is. It was either you that was going to kill him or me.
Wish it didn't have to play out that way, but it was necessary.
It's a puzzle piece that has been removed from the table.
damn, sister, and I thought I was cold and calculating sometimes.
I think that he may know about the our egg. He doesn't know about who, though. Does not know about you. Knows name, more than likely, but not the face. But from what I understand, when we finish with whatever it is that is done within his realm, and once I'm finished whatever he intends to do, just shudder a bit. He should no longer be tied to me in any way.
And you hear Maggie speak up. Oh, but he's gonna leave his marks on yas. Or in yas, depending on how things goes.
Wasn't talking to you, old man.
You didn't have to bring that up.
When you see the bedpost a rockin', don't come a knockin'.
I'm scared.
Maggie's like, from one professional to another, you knows when you're dealing with the gods between the sheets, just have fun.
So just forgive my ignorance, but I do have to ask, is it rude or impolite to send him on his way with a bag of holding filled with lubricants?
You're lucky you're on the other side of the room, cat.
You hear Joel, she's like, you know whose would actually be goods to get that from? Go visit Poltz. Oh, poor Cayenne has flashbacks.
He's got coin for every inch.
Shut the fuck up.
For some reason, I'm both not surprised and surprised at the same time.
Coin's like, she makes potions. Those are technically potions.
If we're dispersing, and if Millen is leading, I will leave with her.
Okay.
Well, more than likely, I will not be able to join you in your travels in the Feywild if I'm stuck with Victor.
You hear Brigitta speak up? Yeah, no shit. You're too busy becoming a fucking glory hole for a vampire.
Stop it. Anyways, I'll
Oh,
have to put some
look.
things together that you can take with.
Oh, look. The dragon is suddenly riding the white oak. She walks over to you and she kind of reaches into her pack and she hands you something, Scabbard. Brigitta hands you something.
No, I know. I'm like,
And you see a cayenne, and it's a clear vial that has gold and silver basically intertwining around it to protect what's inside, and a really old leather piece of string tied to it. And inside, you can see some dust, and you can see a piece of bone. And she hands it over to you. Wear that. It might piss off the old cranky fucking vampire, but it'll keep him away as long as you have it on you. It won't work in his realm, but it will work here. And I expect that back.
of course. Put it on, tie it around my neck.
You can do
Does
your
it look like
toggle
he's
saves
wearing?
after.
Does it look like he's wearing a choker with a jewel on it?
Almost, yeah. Do you go through your goggles to see what it...
I could just ask.
Yeah.
Or did you want to ask since you're wearing it?
So, you know what? Sure. What even is this?
Well, let's just say we found the mortal grave of a certain god of sun, and we took a few souvenirs.
Oh shit! Damn.
And with that,
You look at the thing, and it's
There's
divine.
just a shell of divinity around you right now, probably. That's completely opposed to Victor.
You see Seagate speak. We're getting bad ideas about it. We asked, and we didn't get a response.
So we
were
figured it
good.
was okay.
It was okay. None of us got immediately smited or turned to ash or anything like that.
It's probably always a
Yeah.
good thing to ask a god if you can take his remains.
hey,
Speaking,
we
If he
gotta
doesn't
ask about a
respond.
dragon.
speaking of being smited, look to Hovar. Your father's an asshole.
He just chuckled.
There's
Dad.
there's a reason he became that way,
Ah,
as the serpent
For-
told me.
For being some sort of god of of warriors and such, he sure as hell doesn't seem to appreciate when his warriors are in trouble, because holy shit, I called upon a little bit of his power to try and help these two in a fight, for him to grant them their blessing, and instead I was smote down.
You hear Brigitta just start cackling, and she's like, "Oh, he expected help from your father when he's not even of the right fucking species,
What?
and even better, he didn't even fucking know how to channel it. Fucking idiot of a fucking kobold."
Damn.
And Seagate like, "I made the same
That's
mistake.
my boy.
I made the exact same mistake." But
Well.
Scav,
did you get double tapped by him? I did.
As I've
yeah.
explained, there's a reason why grandfather has become grouchy. Osling knows that I spoke to a previous long-standing friend of his.
Which
Oh.
one?
Oh, just I don't know, just basically a world-ending serpent.
Oh yeah, that
That's right.
guy.
You went to talk. Wait, you guys go back. Worldy and you guys.
Look, way older than us.
Well, obviously.
But apparently, grandfather became much more grouchy because, well, let's face it, grandma's a cunt. And not the good kind.
Your dad's like, oh, we're not taking up the celestial fucking spree that is our parents. Oh.
That's why grandpa became grouchy and why he kind of just stopped helping. He's basically there was just there was damage made by grandmother that can just not be fixed. She broke him in a way that not even the best cleric would be able to heal it. I don't even think I would be able to heal that wound. And I've met him face to face.
I presume Thought's still at the Spellforge, right? Yeah.
I'd assume so.
He's going to be there for a while.
So as everybody starts to file out and you start heading forward, she's like, Mongo? And everybody heads out except for Mongo and
Oh,
As the
Kippa?
other,
yeah.
yeah,
Kippa's
as
like-
the other Beely folk are walking by. It was nice knowing you.
And she's like, sit.
Yes, ma'am.
She just looks over at you and
I'm
it's,
sorry.
I don't want an apology. I already know the details. You know I have my own set of spies. I told you stealth, be inconspicuous. But you've granted us an invaluable object, an invaluable point that is. I've already dispatched people to help the wizard city with it and such. She gets up and walks over to you, and she adjusts her outer vest, and she just pats you on the shoulder. Despite
I
the
wince.
circumstances, you did good. Thank you.
Huh?
It's a bit of a wrinkle in my plans, but those are going to happen. You did good. Accept it. It's an invaluable thing.
I'm so confused.
Well, take your confusion and get the fuck out of here. I have work to do. Where are you off to now that you have a newfound freedom for a while?
Actually, I'll ask the family. Hey, you guys want to see something pretty cool?
The hallway is literally just filled with family members right now.
The parents. Because I'm
You-
pretty sure the others are already know. But I just want to try and see if anyone's interested in going to see the Temple of the Gods, if they don't already know about it.
The parents are basically like, no, we want to rest a little bit. We're old and we just got back from a vacation and we are all
We need a vacation from the vacation.
We're all very stressed out from dealing with our empress.
Fair, fair.
She's scary.
I love
real
her.
quick, who was which of the parents were closest to correct yes? Like I know they were all close to him.
Probably Maggie, because they would research together.
Yeah, I would think so.
They
yeah.
made the never-ending rag of snot together.
Yep.
You don't go make that thing with just somebody you know.
I think that Maggie needs to meet Effie if he hasn't already.
Oh, they
He's-
all need to.
They have met Effie. They just don't know who she is yet.
Oh. They just know her as a...
A little kinku, or a little crowfolk, but they don't know who she is yet.
Oh, fuck. Okay, well,
Well, we're
go up to
time.
Cayenne.
let's make sure that we have drinks first.
Yeah.
All of
You-
us.
Yep.
You see Mongo walk out, and you see him looking very confused, like,
I got a stay of execution. But I
Did
think
you
I
really
also have
think she
homework.
was going to kill you?
Yes,
Really?
yes,
Really?
yes.
She wasn't going to hurt
T-
you.
t- for finding something on accident, that's amazing.
And also failing at knowing the definition of one fucking word.
Look, there's stealth
were
and
ju-
then there's heavy stealth. You just chose to do heavy stealth.
We, motherfucker.
Oslin looks over, and she's like, from what the parents told me, they were supposed to do a stealth mission.
Failed miraculously upwards.
They were supposed to do a stealth mission. They said Holvar in full plate mail drunk off his ass.
It's a cool place. You should go check it out someday.
Oslin's like, Alufa just kind of like, she sits down and she's like,
What, Osling or Lufa?
Alufa.
Okay.
She's just sitting there on the bench, just kind of chilling.
Like I said, stealth and
Alyssa,
heavy
did
stealth.
I tell you?
She looks over, huh?
I turned into a wyvern.
Were you pink? Did you, when you flapped your wings, was it like a moth releasing glitter?
I wish. That would have been pretty.
Pull out a one. Next time I can help with that.
When you breathed, like your fire, was it like a rainbow?
I didn't have the chance to breathe fire to find out.
Oh, it would have been so pretty.
It would happen.
All right, that's it. I'm officially starting a fucking potions. Look, I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna make a potion of rainbow fire breathing breath, but I'm fucking gonna.
I got an idea.
I am going to show Alufa an image of the moths that we saw.
You
Why
can
don't-
show
why
her
don't
your,
you,
a beetle.
Why don't you find a
That's what
way
I'm going to do.
to infuse the wand's
Sunset.
power into
And
the
she's
potion?
so excited to see.
That'll add glitter.
Exactly.
But a burning fucking rainbow?
It might. It's magical.
Taste the rainbow.
In fact, I know where Sunset's going to live now.
Oh, that's exciting.
So, Left's pub or back to the house?
Everybody goes to Left's pub. He's making a killing off of that new adventuring party. You're like, who?
I'm sorry. Who?
Oh, you met the dwarf.
That's right. I met the dwarf.
Oh,
but
wait,
not-
you didn't meet all of them? You just met the dwarf.
Just the dwarf.
And
Yeah,
got yelled
because
at
you
by the
wanted
dwarf.
to
The only-
speak about a god of balance.
The only thing I know about is I met a dwarf who was a paladin of balance.
Alufa's like, I don't know anything about them, and I have a very specific skill set, and I kind of stick to that. And she just admitted she's such a god because she just sticks to her specific skill set. You need vengeance? I can do that. You need death.
I can help.
I can do that. You need a very long, hard winter. I could definitely do that too.
So you're going to be there to help us against this asshole? Vengeance, and he needs to die.
As I told Scabbard, you don't want to pledge allegiance to me. It doesn't end well.
Well, yeah, but I figure you might be able to get us a couple of pointers of, how to shove shiny, pointy things inside. I hear twisting is good. Yes, no.
She just looks over at you and she's like, she doesn't even crack a smile. She crosses her arms and you could just feel the cold coming off of her.
You're right. Too quick. Need to find a way to do it slower.
Hey, Mongo, you can visit my realm and get a few pointers.
It's scary there.
Is that what Mongo's getting, or does he think she'll actually teach him things? Because Mongo can be kind of stupid about shit like this.
You were probably filled with fear because she is, you know what kind of god she is.
Yeah, the whole wrath and revenge thing, we kind of see eye to eye on that, despite the height difference. It's just
But
the death and winter part that,
You know she's the opposite of Cayenne, and that when people go to her realm, it's suffering.
When you pledge yourself to her, it is not a pleasant experience whatsoever.
Scabbard, you'd be like, no, Mongo, no. you would probably step in and stop him.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said
no,
it's
you don't
scary.
want to.
And Aloofa's just sitting there, and she's just playing with the little beetle happily.
So is she allowed in the pub though? I mean,
Who is she?
I'm pointing to F Cutie.
Why would she not be?
I don't know.
She's the same age as
well,
us.
some of the family had probably
Oh well,
picked
then
up
yeah.
on
I guess
on the
that's a
fact
stupid
that
question.
Yeah,
Let-
she
let
would
me-
be
let me-
like
in the
literally the same
boardroom.
age as us.
Let's change the question then. Should we go somewhere where it's not so crowded for her?
We could just ask her. Effie, would you like to go to the bar with us?
She just instantly has a 1,000-yard stare. You see her eyes become like pinpoints, and she's just standing there like a 1,000-yard stare.
I think that's a no.
Osling gets up and walks over to her and just kind of like comforts her a little bit. It's really awkward watching Osling try to comfort someone. She's like, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Right. It's so awkward.
Hey, Aloofa, odd question. Do you have any candied fruit?
She hands the little beetle back, and she immediately starts searching in her bag of holding, and she pulls out what looks like a candied apple, and she's like,
Of
May I have this to give? May I have this to give to Effie?
Candy.
"Of course."
I will take apple, hand Sunset back, and then offer the apple to Effie.
She looks at it, unsure what to do, and Osling motions to you, and she takes your hand to take Effie's wrist, and then you have to just put it into her hand.
I'll break it in half.
It lets
Break-
out a loud crunch, and then you can instantly smell the mango inside of it. Candied mango.
I will do my best to break off a small piece and nibble it and have basically show her what to do.
And she starts nibbling on it a little bit, and she kind of, you see her feathers just less tense up as she starts eating the fruit, now distracted by something that is bringing her happiness. Osling looks over. She speaks in the deity language to you, and she's like, "This one has suffered a lot of damage.
I know.
From these sessions where I've had to be involved with her, with Kippa, to try and analyze things, she was forced to sit at a table with others, and while she was on the verge of starving, and if she reached out for food, her limb was removed, then reattached fully with restoration each time. You have to give her food so she understands it is hers."
Huh.
And none of you
I'm
here
going-
understand what that is being said.
Oh,
It's
no.
just like, but you
I'm
see
going
Cayenne's
to
expression go from
find-
happy to angry.
Probably you see like a pretty fucked up smile on her face where she's like, I'm going to find somebody.
And you just, something crawls up from your distant memory of Smiley's words of like, "I will find you." Which probably makes you shudder.
Claws in the palm of hand, now dripping on the floor. Nope.
Alufa looks over at you.
Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm.
You know, the relation between Smiley and Cayenne, how it's played out, is a lot like Jessica Jones
Yeah.
and the Purple Man.
Mhm.
It's like, that damage has been done long term.
Pretty intense.
I ate that motherfucker's heart.
So, family members, you are with Mellum.
Yeah.
And she looks over at you and she's like, "Yeah?"
Have you been to Rayeth's grave?
"Yeah." She was brave.
Yeah.
She did. I've only seen a fraction of the front lines.
Yeah. Well, let's try to keep you safe, sister.
I'm a demolitions expert, especially on the ships.
I know.
It's not safe, Nikolai.
Well, it's safe for you.
She just looks at you and it's just this look of like,
You're
have
good
s-
at it.
I have seen some of the front lines. It's not. It's not pretty.
I don't know why I want to share this with you, but there was another message in there from her. She just told me to be brave for her. Smile for your friends and embrace them. And that she did what she did out of free will and hope to meet me in another life or in the afterlife. And then thank you. Like, I don't know. I didn't want to ask her to go there.
Clearly, she did it on her own accord.
Yeah, I know.
And from that message, it seems like she was at peace with it and she knew that you would be you
Yeah, yeah,
and give you a kick in the pants from the afterlife.
yeah.
Nikolai,
What?
are we known for being pouty and mopey like Scabbard? Or do we just...
It's not.
Shut up, I'm
and-
talking. Or do we just look to the craziness that we can cause and be brave about it?
It is fun.
See? That's who we are. We're moon mice. We're brave about the future and doing the things that we need to do, even if it is our own downfall and calamity.
Yeah, I know. That's what. I've only met 2 other moon mice.
We're out there.
Have you met any others?
I met one on one of the ships that I was on. Sardine.
Huh?
Sardine.
Sardine.
He's a wonderful engineer.
Huh.
Got transferred to another ship. Front
Huh.
lines.
Nice.
Yeah. Strange moon mouse.
Oh yeah.
Refused any sort of restoration, even though that he had to be in a wheelchair the entire time, saying, "Oh, I don't need any thing. I got my own tinkering, and I can do my job just as is."
Stubborn. But why not fix yourself? Like you say, you can do it with his tinkering.
Wonderful engineer.
And the only other one I've met was Rayeth and some paladin. I'm trying to forget his name.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Nope.
No, that's just it's not. Yeah, it affected you too, huh?
No, he tried. Oh, he tried to woo me.
Tried to woo you.
Oh, you're a small folk. I'm a small folk. Imagine how glorious. Oh God.
Well, what have you been working on recently?
I've been working with the others on basically. We're referring to them as assault batteries.
Okay.
So, think of a revolver. You know, the gunsmith stuff.
Uh-huh.
But you take a cannonball and you put it inside of a shell with a lot of gunpowder to make it fire faster. And then you hook this up to a giant belt of them.
All right.
It's not perfect by any means. It's highly volatile. It's
What are the
very
problems that you're seeing with it?
loud. The mechanism, no matter how much we rework, it keeps jamming.
What about just slowing it down a little bit?
That defeats the purpose.
Okay, if it's going so fast that it jams up, doesn't it become useless? So just slow it down, and then you can just shoot more
But it's going
consistently.
kaboom, pause, kaboom, pause, kaboom, pause. It's not going kaboom, kaboom, kaboom.
That still sounds pretty fast.
We're trying to get it working so when we have to do the work, we can just bombard them with a few of these ships.
Kaboom, pause, kaboom, pause.
But
It's
imagine
not fast enough.
But imagine at least 4 of these ships with 6 of these on either side.
Yeah. slow him down and fire him more in unison, or not in unison, in staggering. It'd be a constant barrage if you just slow him down a little bit.
The ships that we're working on are quite robust. They're not designed like traditional airships. They're being designed as armored carriers, I guess.
Flying tanks.
They have a lot of armor, and it's taking a lot of magic to keeping them afloat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I imagine so. Well, I can. If there's anything you want me to look at, I'm happy to look at it.
She pats you on the back. I wouldn't say no, but let's just go relax with everyone else.
Yeah.
I'm on shore leave right now. I want to have shore leave.
Well, I was going to work on, the little pendant I've made for everybody. Need to make one for Efikira.
Yeah, who is she?
She's, well, lack of better term, she's our sister.
Oh.
You've never met him, but she is Crier Bell's, or otherwise known as Correct Yes's daughter. That's why I asked Rhea if she would go see if she could rescue them.
Well, she did her job. She's here. Skittish bird.
I imagine she's been through some terrible things.
Yeah. Based off of what I've heard from people that have gone to the front. Yeah.
What have you heard?
That any nine hells would probably be pretty jealous of the war that's going on over there. The torture and the suffering and the desolation.
So we're already actively fighting?
A little bit, not much. It's skirmishes to test the borders.
Yeah. Wonder if we've got enough ships to blockade the island.
Look, we have strategists that are doing their jobs. We do our part. And we have Kippa, and honestly, I never know what she's thinking or doing.
Yeah.
I just trust her orders, and she just does, as Kippa does.
Yeah. Got a question for you. Do you have a real powerful memory? Like you can't forget stuff?
Can't forget stuff. Only things that I don't forget are recipes.
Hmm.
Outside of that, it's just like anyone else.
Huh. Just like Mom. Apparently she never forgets recipes either.
Well, mine are dealing with formulas and explosions and other things. Mother tried to get me to bake a cake, and, well, let's just say,
It was an event.
Huh?
It was an event.
I could have used it as fuel afterwards.
Okay. Well,
What are you doing, Scav? Heading to the bar?
Yeah, I'm gonna basically be with the family on this one. I'm gonna go to the bar and actually, like, just spend time with the family.
Mungo?
Whatever the rest of the Feelies are doing.
Everybody's basically hitting up Left's bar.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, on my way there, I'm gonna ask all the other pointy hats in the family. So, who do we know in the Magic City? Like any friends that we haven't seen for a while?
Maggie's like,
You said you curled up with the queen, right?
we shall not speaks of that. Wise.
Oh, just wondering.
And Jewel, she's like, oh, I think he wants to curl up with a few people in the Magic Cities. He's growing up just like you.
No, I just figured
Points
they.
like, he's coming around to it.
Just was wondering, a couple of questions, every now and again pop up. I was wondering who might be the best to talk to.
Jewel looks over. What questions? Are you adopted? No, you're
No,
not adopted. And you see Sunny?
Trust me, from some of the things that I've heard, yes, I'm pretty sure I mostly take after Dad. And I'm pretty sure Jewel takes after you quite a bit. Just wondering, figured if anybody would be able to track down that fucking stick, it'd probably be one of them. They'd probably have a vested interest in finding it. May already have one or two people already looking into it. And I was just,
Jewel reaches over and she just pokes you in the forehead.
Ow.
Skip intro.
Get to the point, Cat.
Look, the whole damn thing is comprised of, these things. Pull out my wand.
Let the more powerful people do the investigations.
Well, yeah, obviously, they're much better at it than I am. I was just saying maybe, they probably have to file a report, and I was just wondering if maybe we had a couple of friends who might let us read those.
Maggie's like, we'll reach out and see.
Because odds are whoever has something like that probably throws a bit of weight around every now and again. Might be able to figure out about a timeline. Maybe figure a few things out that changes hands every now and again. Maybe it's still inserting somebody's claws. They're just, doing some other part. You never know.
And the bardic music from Left's pub just kind of starts to drown out your train of thought.
So, ask Mel, are you going to go to the bar? Mel?
Yeah.
Somebody should stay home with Effie.
And you see, as you're standing there on the upper crust, essentially, hanging out, you see Osling, Alufa, and Cayenne and Effie heading towards the bar.
But she didn't want to go to the bar. Very clear that she didn't want to go.
It looks like this is gonna be an experiment for her, and also Left's pub does have multiple sections to it, so there are quieter areas.
And you hear a very familiar, voice behind you.
I hear a very familiar voice behind
you hear, oh, stay home. Oh, hide in my workshop and skip experiences.
Look behind me.
Oh, I'm Nikolai. I'm so dramatic. Only second to Scabbard. And you turn around, and laying next to you, slightly cloaked, is Feisty.
Oh, hi,
Greetings, Nikolai. And she picks you up and stands up to her full height, and then she picks up Mellum as well. It's only you're very far from the ground.
Yeah. That's not the case. Just I don't know. Can never be too
Nikolai,
prepared. What?
Would you like some cheese?
I mean, I'm not going to say no.
Good. It goes well with that wine of yours.
Oh, shut up.
That's pretty good. Pretty damn good.
I was. All right. Obviously, Effie is going to go with us. So,
The sisters will take care of her.
okay. Okay.
Give me your tinkering tools. You'll get them back tomorrow.
No.
I can see how far I can throw you into the pub from here. Give them.
No.
Mellum, any bets on how far I can throw him?
Oh, you gotta get the rest of the family. It's not fair. Feisty's taking bets on how far she can eat him. Come the fuck on. You gotta give the rest
Mellum's
of us
like-
a chance.
Just give up the tools for now, Nikolai.
No. Put them on my bag. It's not happening. Would you? Okay. Are you going to give me all your chef tools? Hmm.
They're called utensils.
And suddenly you're airborne.
No.
And
Do we just hear a loud swing?
and as you guys get into the bar, you see Nikolai go. It's almost like slow motion as you see Nikolai flying by, and he goes right into a pitcher of alcohol, sending a splash everywhere.
I would have used my fly or feather fall ability there.
I don't think
That's
you'd
why I
have-
wasn't really afraid. It's like, okay,
I don't think you'd
be
have
kinda
enough time,
fun.
buddy.
No, it's reaction.
And then as you hit the liquid and you're submerged under it, you set off feather fall and you slowly sink to the bottom instead of quickly.
it happens instantaneously. Come on.
The sheer shock of just instantly being shot putted. And Mellum's just like, and you see Feisty come walking in and she's like, 60, that's pretty good for him.
Okay, so it's gonna be that kind of a party.
Just happily running over and just hugging the leg.
Hi,
Hello,
Feisty.
Feisty walks over and pats you on the head, kind of because of how big she is. That massive murder mitten.
I'd hug into her.
And she hugs back.
Oh yeah, I'm going for feisty hugs.
And then I am promptly looking at Effie because she should be right beside me.
Effie has turned into a statue, and Feisty turns towards her and looks down at her and crouches down in front of her, and you can see Effie is literally visibly shaking with terror because she's never seen anything like this before.
Effie.
I'd at
This
least
is
have
our
a
sister
hand
we were
on
talking
her.
about.
I'm pretty sure you got to the surface of the picture.
Yeah.
And Holvar is looking down in the picture, and he's like, that kind of drinker, Nikolai.
No. Feisty threw me.
Good shot. And everybody hears what Feisty did. Effie's like,
This is our other sister we were telling you about. This is feisty.
and she just turns towards you.
Our
Feisty, this is
family,
Our
our family is a confusing one.
And
But we are-
Effie just nods very
Uh-huh.
nervously.
But we are all family nonetheless.
And Feisty takes something out of her pack. Well, her vest. Her vest is a bag of holding. And she holds it out to Effie in front of her face. And Effie just kind of looks at it, and Feisty's like, open your mouth. And Effie just instantly opens her mouth to the fullest. Like, and Feisty puts it into her mouth, and she's like, now eat it. And she bites down on it. And you see Effie's face go from pure terror to, pure joy.
Oh.
You guys could do an insight to see what that was.
Roofie the little Kanku, huh?
The little crow folk.
That was a 13.
13 here as well.
Significantly less. 8.
8.
Yeah, 13 on my dice.
You're in a
Fuck, I am
picture right now.
Oh, okay.
It's high. 13 is high enough. You see what she gave her. It was essentially a piece of grilled watermelon that has been treated like a burnt end.
Huh. Interesting.
So it's like
Oh.
super sweet and savory barbecue watermelon meat.
So the grilled watermelon is interesting, but treated as a grilled end? I'm curious.
Tom's over there at 404.
I've always wanted to try grilled watermelon.
It's really good
Fuck,
when
if it
you
was in
put
front of me, I'd probably
tahini
give it a
and you
shot.
sprinkle it with lime.
I love getting a cucumber now and dicing it up and putting tahini and salt on it and let it set for a few minutes. And it pulls out some of the liquid, and then you have that really yummy cucumber.
It's basically making your own like half done pickle.
No, it's not even pickled. It's just you have cucumber flavor, the refreshingness of it with tahini on it, and a little bit of saltiness.
Hmm.
And it's just really good. And Effie just kind of, she's just so happy by this food, and Feisty takes out a little like satchel of this and like a little paper bag and hands it to her, and she looks down at it and takes another piece out, and you guys can grab a piece if you want.
If it's offered, sure.
I mean, Feisty just gave it to Effie, so you can probably grab a piece.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
but if
take it.
she-
It's for her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If Effie offers
I'm.
some of her snacks, and sure. If not, no, I'm not just going to reach in.
Yeah.
Feisty stands up fully, and she looks over at Coin and Holvar. Best of 3?
Oh no.
And Holvar looks on. He's like,
With what? With
You're
what I
on.
know. Oh.
and Coin's like, ooh.
Which
My
one
liver
do you
just
two
went
think you can outdrink the other? I say as I look to Ithos and Feisty.
Ithos is like, I'm not getting involved.
Did any of the others hear Mongo just refer to as Effie as a sister?
It's really loud.
Oh.
It's like party loud.
Well, somebody did just eat a mouse folk.
Yeah.
Holvar fishes you out of his pitcher and sets you on the counter.
Thank you.
And Joel's like, flying mice, it never changes.
What was that?
Joel's like, flying mice, it never changes.
You should see the flying buckets.
Oh, you have those too?
Yeah, see, they exist all over the place.
Look. Mika chips in. Yeah, you haven't seen anything until you see a group of buckets grow teeth and start trying to chase you down and eat you.
See? A lot worse than flying.
Dang.
So the festivities kick off, and the entire party is present, except for Kippa and Sirmir, but that's per usual.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can mingle with the parents and everything.
Yeah, kiss Coin on the head because she's clearly getting into another drinking contest.
And she just grabs your nose so that you have to immediately open your mouth, and she pours alcohol into it. And it kind of tastes like almost like pure moonshine.
Oh, fuck.
That sounds terrible.
There's no flavor to it, just pure burn all the way down.
It's not that bad.
Yummy.
It doesn't smell like anything, doesn't taste like anything. It's just pure burn
Alcohol burn.
from the back of your throat down to your stomach.
And then it hits you. the burning cessation of the habanero.
Oh,
That's been distilled in it.
Habanero moonshine. Oh God, that's just a level of crazy.
Oh, that just makes my mouth water with pain.
ow.
No, what would be worse is if you made a moonshine using habanero oleo resin.
Yeah, I do have pure capsaicin in the fridge still.
Why?
Oleo resin is what they use to make the bomb beyond
Oh, yeah.
insanity.
This is like each drop is like 2 million Scovin.
Yeah, no, I remember hearing about the bomb. That's the one Mick Foley got off of
No.
the fucking table.
No, the one that I'm talking about of in the fridge. The extract is 2 million per drop.
Why do you want to eat that? Why do you do this to yourself?
He's a masochist.
I've actually offered Nate to make 5-alarm chili and put a drop into the chili
Do it.
so that he can take that to a work potluck.
All right, look, I understand there's a certain level of spices that people enjoy, but you gotta understand when you take it to a potluck, there's a good chance that most people there will honestly are not used to using that level of heat.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a chili eating contest or a chili contest, and the point is to make a 5-alarm chili, we'll just say it's a 6-alarm chili.
Oh man.
If you put enough of that shit into anything, isn't that against the Geneva suggestion?
It's not as bad as the world hottest sandwich that we saw made.
I don't even want to fucking know.
So back to game. I'm just going to move things along, okay? So the night easily carries on into the evening, and the next morning comes, and everybody is in various states of hungover at this point. Cayenne, even you're hungover, even despite your deific nature. Do a wisdom to see if you remember what got you into the situation.
Oh boy, you said wisdom.
Yeah.
There's a lay on hands on you, a lay on hands on you, a lay on
23.
hands on you.
You wake up on the couch of the shared house, and you kind of move a little bit, and everything just kind of like that weird achy hangoverness. And you kind of try and put two and together what got you in this situation. And you realize that your father broke out some of the ambrosia alcohol from the God City and gave you shots of it. And it's been distilling this long.
Dang. That's pretty crazy.
Why do I see that bit from Age of Ultron where Thor's just going on about like, oh, this alcohol was done in this, and Stan Lee's just there, and then he has to be carried out of the fucking bar.
And you're just, the room kind of spins a little bit as the alcohol of that your father dared to give you this alcohol to get you drunk.
Who needs hangover cures?
You wake up underneath your mattress in your own bed, and your head is just pounding.
Here's the question. Do I still have 2 legs?
Yes, you do, but you have no
Okay.
clothes.
That
Dang.
tracks.
And
To be honest, 'cause-
the fur rug that it is usually used on the ground
Is
in
your
front of
blanket.
the couch is now being used as a blanket by you.
I mean, that works. And that would track.
Fuzzy.
Because it seems like every single time that Cayenne is drunk, she always wakes up without clothes. So it just tracks.
And you feel someone tug the blanket, and they kind of curl under the blanket trying to get away from the light, and you realize it's your sister. She's like, and you just hear her under the blanket, "Fuck you, Dad."
I guess I'm gonna go ahead and
I'm gonna, although she's gonna protest to this, I'm gonna carry her to the atrium, away from like the common area, so she's at least away from bright light and sound.
And it's kind of hilarious to you, Cayenne, that your dad got death drunk.
That would be an internal giggle, because we're both hungover, so no. No.
Mongo, you wake up
Oh man.
and you're just like, you kind of try to piece, the light is like throbbing a little bit, and you try to piece together what's going on, and you're sitting in a pot, and there's just like a giant cake on top of you, and you're like trying to put together what happened, and there's bites taken out of the cake, and you look over and you see Coin laying on her back, her little tummy full with cake all over her face.
Tough.
Fucking summon a cake now.
Nikolai,
Yeah.
you wake up
Try to do that.
and you're just kind of like, you roll over a little bit,
Uh-huh.
and all you taste is fish.
Yummy.
And you look over and you can see a fish bowl that's been knocked over, and you see half of a goldfish, and you realize you ate the other half of the goldfish.
Ugh. Ugh. The hell?
I got cake. You got fished.
A fish.
I hope that wasn't someone's pet.
Probably was.
Everybody's waking up in various weird states of the long night.
I would have basically fixed myself up and just go around the house and ask, like, need a little bit of help?
You're at your own place.
Oh, okay. Then I would have gone ahead and take a look around and see who's there.
It's just you, and you were between the actual like pieces of mattress, essentially using it as a muffle, because you just loud right now.
Let's fix that.
You try to use lay on hands. Let me roll percentile here for something.
Oh no. Okay.
You are instantly 23% more drunk.
Oh no.
And you just instantly think about your parents and whatever they did. And then the room was just...
That sounds pretty terrible.
Time to get up.
And the light is just burning like you've never had it burn before.
Goggles down.
And you can hear your own blood pumping in your ears from how drunk and hungover you are right now.
I guess you can't have used the lay on hands to be undrunk.
Not at the moment.
Do you climb out of your pot?
Possibly. Just to get the fucking light out of my eyes.
Acrobatics.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I see a Mars. Cayenne, you do get to the atrium with
Why do I have
Osley.
proficiency in
Okay.
And what?
that, I guess.
Basically
like-
gonna get her to, I guess, where that private room that was attached to it,
Yeah, she's like,
so she gets some quiet.
what the
Is that
fuck
the way I need to
did
play a
Dad
part
do
when
to
you're
us?
just Wizard
Oh,
and then just
apparently he
farting
gave
and
us
shit out of everything?
the
Is that why we
ambrosia
gotta go
from
back
the
to
city of the
Hogwarts?
gods that he's been
I play
just basically
and
distilling,
beat everything with a fucking
Oh.
club?
just letting it
God.
deep.
Be a blade singer wizard, but use a club.
He gave us shots of that.
Oh.
I mean, that's one way to go clubbing.
What was your acrobatics?
Shockingly fucking high.
I mean, you are a cat.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the only
what
thing
is
that
it?
that's a 17 on a die plus 6.
You climb out and you nearly fall and you land on all fours, and the cake falls off and lands right on Coin's face, and she starts coughing because it's suffocating her.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh, this hurts. And
And she just rolls over coughing. She's like, oh.
I don't remember who won the drinking contest.
I don't either. I think everybody lost.
That tracks.
What's with the cake?
I don't know.
Why? Oh. And she goes over to another pot that was dragged into the room. She throws up in it.
Yep.
And it's just filling up with cake, alcohol, and other miscellaneous stuff. It's like, oh, God.
A little too much cake there.
Depending on how I feel, I make sandwiches. If I get really hammered, do I make cake?
No, this cake isn't your doing. I think we picked it up on the way home.
That also makes sense.
Oh.
But what kind of cake is it anyway?
She looks over at it. Well, you don't want to see what's in the pot. It's definitely a stew of some sort now.
Ew.
Sorry, what kind of was the uneaten cake?
She looks over at it and she's like, it looks yellow. It's got spots in it. White.
I'd say I'd never drink again, but I think that would be lying.
I think that's a family thing.
Trauma coping through alcoholism?
And it kind of wafts through the house, the smell of breakfast.
I don't know if I should be scared or not, because I don't know who's cooking or not.
Go get coffee.
I'm crawling down the stairs on my hands and knees backwards carefully. And I'm gonna make my way over to the main house.
You go to
Probably
get coffee.
stumbling along the way.
You walk out of the hall and you immediately stumble over something, and Millam's laying there against the wall.
Wake up. Let's go get coffee.
Oh, is that what that smell is?
I smell something. I'm going to get coffee.
As you guys work your way down the hallway to the main area, you run into various family members that have just fallen asleep.
I don't think I had too far to stumble.
No. You got into urine coins room and immediately just ended up on the upper edge where the window is inside of a pot with cake.
Oh, okay. So I dragged the pot over to the windowsill and fell asleep with a cake on top of me.
That's what it seems like so far.
Okay.
Cayenne. Alufa comes in and she's like, Cayenne? Cayenne?
Yes.
Cayenne? Emergency.
Yes. Okay.
Your husband is cooking in the kitchen. He is not wearing much.
Why does he do this?
I told.
And immediately, you see Cayenne and Alufa go past you.
Oh, ow. The rushing hurts. Slow it down.
And sure enough, Lumion is there with an apron just cooking everybody breakfast as he does for you.
Good morning, honey.
He turns around. Oh, good morning. I'm preparing subsistence for everyone.
I
And
can
Brigitta
see
just-
that. You
Brigitta just looks over. Oh no, I'm enjoying the show.
and I just realized Cayenne didn't get dressed either.
That might be sunny.
This is fine. She's hungover, so this is fine.
It's
Screw it,
fine.
this is
It's
fine.
fine.
What happens in the morning after a drinking binge? Family.
Yep. Cayenne's got fur. That's fine. That's fine.
As you look over it, you realize you take after your mom because she's not wearing anything either.
It's a centaur thing. It's a
Go
satyr
into
thing? Question mark.
go into the kitchen and see everybody naked. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
And there's just like plenty of food being made. And he's like,
I woke up beside Osling hungover. She is in private with no noise.
Is it a bad thing if a being of death is drunk?
The keys are chasing each other.
You know,
Got the zoomies.
when you put it like that, should I be fuck? Should I be worried? I
Not
think
entirely.
Cayenne's still slightly drunk because
Oh yeah.
that actually tickled me. So I'm like, wait, my brain's actually going like, wait, is that actually a bad thing?
You walk out and you kind of see Nikolai standing there looking in the kitchen, very perplexed.
I think Cayenne's standing there like, huh? Is that? No, that
Is
can't
that
be.
a bad
Yeah,
thing?
wait,
Aloof is like,
huh?
oh. And she just picks up one of the freshly made pancakes like a donut and just home. And you walk in.
Can I kick the door in?
No,
Because I'm drunk enough to do something.
you do
stupid?
not want to do that with the family that is well armed and dangerous. You might end up on your second death trial.
All right, I'm gonna stumble in though since I'm drunk.
You stumble in and you kind of everything's a bit blurry and wobbling, and you see you don't know if it's because you're drunk and you're seeing things or if everybody's actually naked.
My first word stumbling through the door will probably be something like, "Wake up, fuckers! It's time for round 2." And then I'd be like, "Wait a second, where are all your clothes?"
I woke up like this.
Your mom's like, your clothes are all over the place.
I believe it. It's not my first rodeo.
I don't know what was in that drink your dad gave us, but my magic did not work. I am extra drunk.
That would explain why Osling is very much so out of sorts right now.
And you walk in and you see what everybody else is seeing. And Coin's like,
Should
Ah.
we just go back to bed?
oh,
I look to see what I'm fucking wearing, if anything.
Hey, quick question. When are we supposed to meet this envoy today?
After we sober up.
And,
Just check. Am I wearing my clothes?
all you're wearing is all you're wearing are just like your just underoos. Or the equivalent of.
So Nikolai's a tidy whitey kind of guy.
I guess so. Yeah, sure.
Coin is just standing there and she's next to you and she's got like her undershirt on, but when it's untucked it's basically like a nightgown. And you just look down and you realize you're naked, all you have is a bar that she made appear that's a sensor bar.
Knowing me, knowing Scav, more than likely.
That's what I was going to do if I wasn't wearing anything.
She's like, only I get to see that.
More than
I guess-
likely is still wearing what he had on yesterday because he probably never made it out of his clothes.
Yeah.
I guess the best part for Osling, Holvar, and their mother is that basically they all just look like they're topless. because they all have fur from like the navel down. Legit.
I mean, Lumion is currently the most dressed next to Nikolai
Yeah.
and Scabbard. And you guys look over and you see Lumion, and Lumion is the one that's making breakfast for everyone. In
This
the
must be
morning,
a
just
new-
gets weirder.
Without looking at
I'm just gonna
Millum,
say this.
are
This
you
has
still
to be
wearing
a
your
new hobby
clothes?
he picked up. Because this is what I think 3 times now he's been making breakfast. This seems like this is a new hobby he's picked up or an interest in his spare time.
Just making breakfast for. He primarily does breakfast for you whenever you're home, but this is the first time he's made it for others. And Alufa's just sitting there and she's just home, another bite out of the pancake. And she's actually rather well dressed. She's wearing like almost like a multicolored, glittery type of nightgown.
How did Sunset adjust?
Very well, but kind of drunk too.
The
Someone.
beetle is also
Why is the
drunk.
beetle drunk?
Jesus.
Why is the beetle drunk?
Is it skittering sideways?
Is it on its back with its wings fluttering, unable to right itself?
You just see it doing like the little butt twerking, but it can't even walk. It can only do this. Just wiggle its little butt.
Keeping my gaze up to make sure I don't see anything, I turn to Millum and ask her, "Are you wearing your clothes, sister?"
She looks down and she's like, all she's wearing is her work apron.
How did this happen? I'm gonna go put my clothes on.
We tried to
I'll be
drink.
back.
We drank with the family. I swear, we have a running tab with left at this point.
I'll be right back.
Hang on. Start trying to do a head count. See who's missing.
The entire family is present in some state or another.
Effie.
Effie is actually she's not present. Do an investigation.
Fuck.
Whoever's present, the ones that look for Effie, can do that.
Oh, that would
Just
include
making
looking
sure
for
I
where the
have my
entire
clothing
family
on.
is. So yeah.
That might help.
I got an
Do I have
11.
disadvantage? I feel
Oh,
like I
yeah.
should have disadvantage.
Natural 20? Nice. You got an 11?
I've already turned to make sure I go
Yeah.
get dressed. So
9.
You're too fucking drunk, man. Cayenne, you're too distracted by the wonderful hangover and the smell of breakfast.
Oh, that's fair.
You make a quick walk through the house and you pick up your pants and put them on real quick, so you don't have to use a sensor bar anymore. And you do a head count throughout the house and you can't find Effie anywhere. You're kind of like waking up people as you go through so they can get breakfast. And you go up to what is essentially the attic of the place, and she's just kind of asleep in a basket that's filled with a bunch of old like clothes and such like that, curled up in like a little comfy ball.
She awake?
She's asleep.
Oh. I'll let her
And
sleep.
you can see bits of cake around her, a few like bottles of something. You pick one up and you smell it, and it's really sweet smell. You're like, oh god. And you see some wrappers from like the local place where you get snacks. You can see a few like possible crumbs of some other sweet. You're like, oh no, Alufa.
I hope we didn't raid the local pastry shops being ass naked and drunk.
Oh, I'm sure we went there.
Dude.
Hammered. Bring like some of the
Why is it that adventuring parties?
But
bring some of the leave some of the snacks, but any like the like receipts and paper that have clearly been used,
You know, when you
bring back down, so that way we can kind of hangover style piece together what the fuck happened.
Really?
everybody starts gathering in the common eating area, and their whole bar's like, oh, that was good.
the hell was in that drink, old
Oliver,
man?
I think
I'm
someone's
still
gonna punch
feeling
you.
it.
I'm just warning you.
Huh?
Oliver, I think someone's gonna punch you. Just warning you.
Won't be the first time. I didn't do anything. That was your dad. And
My
see-
dad.
And Steve gets over there and he's just like,
What did you do?
oh, it's just this little concoction that the family made where it's kind of a joke thing that we devised as a weapon against those that are
Over?
divine that gets them drunk. And then if they try to do anything divine to get rid of it, it makes them more drunk.
Oh, good to know. I
That's
am
pretty cool.
That could come in handy. Ow, fuck, that was loud.
Is this something you will teach us?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can find the other vial of it. This little guy.
I'm going to warn you. Do
Ah.
not breathe a word of that to my sister.
Where is Osling?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
she's
it.
she's resting right now. I'm going to offer her some natural remedies to calm her hangover.
And your mom looks over and Brigitta's like, you know, there's people that smile, and I hate to say it, my lovely daughter should not be one of those that smiles because that is
No.
terrifying.
I agree. I love her so much, but
Alufa's just like, I think her smile is cute.
it is cute.
And Alufa obviously does not know the dangers of death smiling. She's married to death, so it's like, she's like, I'm gonna take her some pancakes and feed her.
I'll take you to the room
And she grabs some
because
sausage
red
and-
and blue.
But you don't see none of you see Effie at the table either. She's another missing puzzle piece.
Yeah, eventually I come back.
Hey,
So I think I know where some of the cake came from.
where'd Effie go?
Oh, she's in the attic.
Hmm.
Passed the fuck out.
Huh.
Apparently, when we went to the snack shop,
You see who do you take the scroll to look at it?
Sure.
You grab the scroll and you start to open it and you realize it's about this long. And you realize that you guys basically bought the whole snack shop. All
Do
the
I
cakes.
see it?
sounds about right.
Do I see a number at the bottom?
You do.
What's that number say?
A lot.
Is it enough to snap me to like partial soberness?
A little bit. It just makes you run cold instantly as you look at the number, and it's 102 platinum pieces.
Fuck. Oh, whoa.
Hogarth's like,
102
I paid for it.
Flatterinos.
He's like seeing the little bird happy and that walking. How is she so happy in the morning?
Who?
That's 102 platinum coins.
Alufa.
Oh,
How is that one such a bright bubble of joy after drinking so much?
Aloof has always been a happy person.
And you're saying, okay, just to confirm, that is what is the other half of our daughter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
Complete opposites.
Oh my
Mm-hmm. Don't you know? Opposites attract.
I guess death has a sunrise, or a rainbow in this case.
Yep.
they're Persephone to
Ow.
Hades.
I don't suppose anybody happens to have any natural remedies.
Coffee.
Bridget just stands up to her full height. She walks behind you, Scabbard. And before you can turn around, his face ricochets off the table as she spins around a cast iron pan that just hit the back of his head.
What?
Hmm.
Why? What?
Hmm.
And suddenly you're sober as fuck.
Hmm. First of all,
Cayenne's not there to see this.
ow.
Oh, what the hell?
How much did that hurt?
A scale of 1 to 100.
Let's see. 39.
Is he wearing his concussion helmet?
Damn.
Yeah. And you can just see like
9.
blood coming from his snout, and you can see like the table indented where he ricocheted off.
Like wide eyes and just
Brigitta's like, huh,
I'll just drink coffee.
works
Thank
on
you, ma'am.
Holvar. And so he gets like, seriously?
Starting to explain why some of the things you guys have done now kind of make sense.
So you're able to take a loofah to Osley.
Yeah, because I don't know what kind of state the birds are in, because I have no idea what happened in the atrium or anywhere else in the house in our state and stupor.
Do a survival there, Cayenne.
That's a modified 20.
As you're walking through the atrium, you hear the rustling of bushes, and you know the birds are sneaking up behind you. But as soon as you turn around, you can see like a bit of them. They skitter off into the bushes. Then as you turn back around, they kind of sneak back out, trying to be stealthy.
I'll play along, but I'll let Alufa go ahead of me.
And yeah, you find Osling is curled up in the blanket, and a lot of the plants have just kind of moved away from her. Like, no.
I really need a little bit.
There's
And,
probably plenty of little fungi and stuff around her, though.
Yeah, signs of death and decay.
Yeah.
Alufa's like, go be with the others. I will take care of her.
I at least wanted her to be in here so she was away from lots of loud noises, especially with dealing with a hangover.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't drink a lot.
And plus, the birds love her too, so I thought this would be the best place to bring her.
Yeah. Yeah, you're very sober now, Scav.
I'll
Thanks,
give
Doctor.
Alufa a hug
Dr.
and
Shoulder.
leave her be so she can feed her wife and take care of her.
She hugs back, and you get back to the main room, and you hear some people laughing a little bit, and Mongo, you're looking over at the dent in the table from Scav's face,
wiping the blood from my snout.
and it's very obvious you missed something.
I'll make my way back into the room at least having a shirt on.
Yeah.
I got a loose tooth.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm sober now. I feel like I just got hit in the face with a sledgehammer, but
And the back
Really
of your
not
head
a
is
frying
hurting
pan.
too.
oh, ow.
Not too far off.
What did I even miss?
Hovar's hangover cure. I'm not signing up for one now or ever.
Brigitta's like, oi, it's my hangover cure.
Sorry.
I've just used it on Holvar a few times and a few other members of the family when we need to do important things.
Good to know.
Okay.
So the overall business model of the original Obscuria is just head trauma?
No. That's just, and so you get to like, that's just tends to be me. Seagate just is sitting there, and Holvar speaks up, and as he's eating breakfast, he slams down his coffee cup, and he's like, I remember we were in combat, and I was majorly getting my ass kicked. And Brigitte just kind of chuckles. He admits it. Normally, he's not getting his ass kicked in these stories. And Hobart's like, I was damn well ready to go down. Just, getting hammered. So, I reach over, I pick up Seagate. He was kind enough to take quite a few hits for me so I can help finish off the enemies. Seagate's like,
Look over at him with a head tilt.
I didn't volunteer to be a living shield.
You guys are crazy.
It's all right. He kind of adopts the same strategy.
Our parents are crazy.
Yeah, buddy, I got news for you. So are we.
We're not that different.
That apple did not fall far from the tree.
In fact, did it ever even fall?
At this point in time, I don't even fucking know. Look, they may have fallen because somebody hit the fucking tree with a frying pan.
Like, I'll do some crazy shit, but like, that's you're crazy.
So the breakfast goes along, and soberness finds each of you eventually as you're sitting at the table speaking with the parents, kind of comparing notes a little bit.
I was actually gonna ask them if they know if they have any survival tips about the Feywild that they can share.
Mika looks over. She's... One, don't follow the music. Two, there is no survival plan for the Feywild.
Okay.
Look, each day could be completely different than the last. It's probably why you're getting an envoy that is from there.
Yeah.
Three, don't ever use your real names in the Feywild.
Okay.
No matter how much someone wants to know your real name, do not give it.
Huh. Okay.
Four, don't stop and talk to the flowers if they try to talk to you.
Do they like to be petted?
No.
Okay.
That's about
That
all
was
we got.
only a couple of times, and I got consent from said flowers.
Yeah, but remember, you're not supposed to talk to him now, so just don't.
Hobart looks over. Yeah, Brigitta gets drunk and talks to flowers too.
Alrighty. Talk about apples not falling far from the tree.
People speak to plants, okay? It's always,
Make a
oh, I
plate
want to
to,
speak to the
take
cute
up to
squirrel.
Effie.
Oh, I want to speak to the cute bunny. I want to speak to the bird. No one wants to speak to the elm. No one wants to speak to the fern. Fuck out of
Speaking
here.
of weird things the family has done, what's with the eternal snot rag?
They just all kind of laugh a little bit. And as you're going up to the attic, you hear the start of a story, where Mika is like, "Yeah, well, there was this one guard that we had to come up with a solution to get information from, and that's what we had available. So we put it on his face, and when he started to drown, we took it off."
So you snot bordered them.
Yep. And as you get up to the attic, you're like,
Yeah, we are our parents' children.
"We got the information we needed," and the poor person walked away, never wanting to speak of the experience again, traumatized. And then Brigitta threw a frying pan into the back of his head and killed him instantly.
Okay.
Really?
Well, here's another two. Why do you have a chest of weird things in the vaults?
Your father speaks up. You're gonna have to be a bit more specifics.
Oh no.
That's really not reassuring, but
So
you know what?
what's
I think some point in the future, the lot of you are gonna have to come with us to the vault,
that
and we gotta
half
sort that shit out.
archfiend? Ring any bells?
Oh, him.
Oh, I thought we took care of that.
We did,
We
but
Okay.
also the chest of
did,
porcelain dolls.
but I need answers as to what in the fucking how.
Yeah, sometimes you meet an eternal enemy and you put him in a box.
Fair enough.
Fair
Oh,
enough, yeah,
the
I mean,
porcelain dolls. Yeah. Uh, that might actually be used in your upcoming war.
Yeah, I've got an idea for that.
yeah. Seems like it could be useful from what we
Also
understand about
cursed
it.
dagger that possessed Mongo temporarily.
Oh my god, I was only a little possessed. Everybody's making a fucking fuss.
Your
Mongo.
head was spinning around,
Oh, what
detached
the
from
It
your
fuck
went
am
all
I?
the way around.
Surprised you weren't spewing chunks and crawling on the ceiling.
I'll throw in on that. Head was in fact to your back, not your front.
You're not even there, so you can't chime in. You're upstairs.
Oh, I thought you came back down.
No.
Eventually,
yeah.
just like put the plate down,
Yeah.
see if she's conscious yet.
Nope. If there were a visual, you see little Z's coming up.
She is asleep.
Probably the best sleep she's had in a long time.
She basically took this basket and made a nest out of it.
Yeah, eventually make my way back.
Yeah, at some point in
Where the
future,
hell's Noodle?
Noodle is sitting on the table and he's got his little like nightcap on and he's drinking just straight black coffee as well. And you're realizing he got drunk too.
Leap as well.
Yeah.
some point in the future, you're all gonna have to come with us down into the vaults to sort that shit out.
Well,
Already
like, we're retired.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, brother. I already brought this up. They refused.
Hmm.
It's your problem now.
All right. But last question from me at least. I'm pretty sure the others have a lot of them. Why the sword in the wall though?
Oh, that.
Why haven't you taken that out of the wall?
Remember when we tried and it started breaking the actual infrastructure of this building when the
So
mimic attacked?
okay.
Actually, we may be able to pull it out with the help of the rest of the family now that they're here. All we know is that for some reason, you, Mother, stuck it in the wall. And we've tried taking it out a couple of times and we almost destroyed the building while doing so.
Your father looks over. Look. You're old enough. We have a little bit of rough foreplay.
La da da. Start singing.
And you come down right as you hear that.
Anyway, Effie's still asleep.
Good.
No, that's good.
The poor girl needs it. She really seems to like that attic, doesn't she?
Well, she seems to be making a nest out of a basket of clothes up there, so
Why don't we have your little servant dudes that go around find a way to turn that into like her own personal room?
I thought I asked one of you
Oh.
guys to take care of that for her when I left.
We were about to, and then we got summoned.
Number one.
He appears behind you.
I'm gonna have to get used to that.
Just
Um,
apparates out of thin air.
Could I please get you to create the attic into a comfortable room for Effie? Just could you please make sure not to disturb her as she's sleeping right now?
He claps his hands. You see
Well, what-
2 through 10 appear.
well, wait. I think I think it would be important for her to be involved in this because I don't know. I think it would be shocking to wake up in a place that you were comfortable in and it's different.
dude, She was passed the fuck out, drunk as hell.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think she remembers going up there.
Maybe.
I
but-
don't think no matter where she wakes up, it's gonna be any different, considering that she is passed out.
And things
I
can
don't
be
even remember going home.
things can
but
be
here we are.
altered and can be changed, Nikolai. This is just going to be a base room for her for now.
Nick is like, we're retired. We can watch after her and make sure she doesn't freak out too much.
Oh. And tell her all the stories of her dad, too.
Huh?
Oh.
Do you not know?
The,
She's
Oh,
Clarabelle's
boy.
daughter.
Oh. When you just see the road, all the parents go quiet, like, oh. And Ithos is the one that breaks the silence. She starts laughing. She's like, our fucking kids take right after us, forgetting important fucking details up until a really crucial fucking moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get this right. You guys didn't put together the fact that we were calling his sister and she's feathered?
No,
kind of
because you're just like us. You adopt any fucking thing that looks adorable.
That is
That is not entirely
100%
inaccurate.
accurate. It's only like 99, but it's not.
It's kind of true in my case, apparently.
Ithos is like,
Let
"Oh,
me see.
shit."
Blip, Blop, Rufio, Pastafar, Lancelot,
How are they doing?
Thason, Red, Blue, Midori.
You're gonna have to go see Midori later.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
But I've
who's
been giving her
Midori?
time to settle in first.
Midori's. Oh yeah.
That's former cloak.
The auntie,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Not
yeah.
Auntie.
not a auntie. Something else.
You don't know what they are.
Wait,
So,
does that mean we're gonna wind up calling her sister?
oh my god,
Third.
permission to
Tom?
punch him.
Tom, stub your toe into the corner of the table for me.
I wanna.
I don't want.
Look, she is Friar Bell's daughter. She's been through a lot.
If she's attached to this family, no shit.
Yeah.
It's kind of par for the course that the fallout that
I know a bit more than most, thanks to Osling. She told me a great deal.
Anything
Oh.
you can share so we can help her recover?
assuming from where she's at, she's been tortured in numerous ways, both physically and psychologically.
Probably, yes.
So the only thing that I was told, and since she's not here, she was basically starved. They would put food in front of her, and if she so much as reached out for it, they would remove her arm and then reattach it, and they would repeat the process while others ate in front of her.
Can we get a list of those names?
You also
You
know the fact
basically-
of
You have to basically order her to eat or feed her to get her to eat, because otherwise she won't.
and you also know that if she won't accept gifts because that usually ends up in somebody getting killed.
But she gave
It's
me.
like
Needless to
Sunny
say,
all
it's
over
going
again.
to take some time.
Sunny's just sitting
Mongo,
there and
one thing that will be interesting to you is that she actually likes to study old history.
Speaking about old history, any of your parents know anything about this gem? The one that she gave me? She called it home.
Motion to Noodle.
Maggie looks over at the gem. Yeah. That's okay. We have our own weird traditions from back home that we kind of just, it's our country. Traditions happen, religions happened,
Uh-huh.
uh, you know,
Um,
holidays happen. Well, in our culture, um, yeah, the gems there are pretty unique because, well, the way we, Jules like, oh my god, we created a damn place and we came up with our own traditions and stuff, and the gems are a part of that. Generally speaking, that when a bloodline is started, they receive a gem. A gem that the proprietors of the family decided on. And then when they have a child or children, it's passed on to them.
Huh.
So that was probably her parents' gem. And she saw you enough as family to give it to you.
Wow.
You each have gems, but, well, they're kind of back home.
Well, I point to the little pendant that I've made everybody in her family. I've honored that tradition.
Yeah.
Can we back up about half a step? Religions?
Well, we believed in certain gods.
Yes, and Crest had its own pantheons, basically.
Kind of. It was just a little bit of piece here, a little piece there of like who we believed in and
Like any
worship.
nation.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Just your thoughts on the deities has trickled down to your citizenship.
Yeah. And we had our own traditions and way we celebrated seasons and such.
Is there Sir-
Maggie just kind of starts chuckling a little bit. He's like, Cayenne? I kind
Yes.
So during the winter festivities, don't be surprised if you see a bunch of goblins get together and start visiting local farms and singing the praises of you as carols. That you'll bless their crops when the summer comes. And everybody, all the other parents look over and they're like, "We thought you were joking about that." He's like,
I cannot object to this because that's actually really cute.
Wonder what Milo and Kilo's input on all this is.
I was so is there anything about dealing with misery and then finding your way through it that your culture that you developed could be shared with her to help her recover?
Bridget is like, we embrace it and we use it as a spearhead to forge a way forward. We don't drown in it, we use it to propel us forward.
I think I have a small idea that might help that Mongo can do.
If you even suggest using that spell that we used on the one we brought back,
No.
I'm gonna have her hit you in the head with another fucking frying pan so
No.
hard you won't be conscious for a fucking week.
Mongo. I would never. It's actually an entirely different idea that kind of makes sense. I think. We make, or I guess you would have to do it since you're the one that knows how, but a potion or drink that she can keep with her that if she ever feels scared, she can drink it and it'll make her not scared. Kind of like heroism, but in a bottle.
Yeah, we drink a lot of that. That's why all of us are moving rather slow today.
It doesn't have to be alcohol. Well, I guess knowing your expertise, it could be a little bit alcohol.
Okay. Scabbard, I may drink a lot of coffee, but I don't think I'm addicted to it.
Time will tell.
I have doubts.
Joel's
My
like,
point
"What?"
is that we don't need to be creating a crutch for Effie to rely on. That is a substance to be abused and misused.
You know, the mouse is right.
I
Yeah.
have an idea that could work in place of a substance.
Hmm.
A type of object that has a specific texture that invokes feelings of happiness and or joy. A type
Mhm.
of sensory tool that'll
Pretty-
put you into a temporary state of almost meditation.
Joel looks over and she's like, Nikolai, you're making one of those for her, right?
Yes, I will be.
Okay. I have an
As
assignment
long
for
as
you,
I can have
children.
a couple hours to do
I love
it.
Cayenne's idea. I have an assignment for you, children. I want you to each find a stone and present it to her to welcome her.
I tried that. She didn't want to take it.
And Itho's just gonna chuckle. She's like,
It seems she
Scabbard,
doesn't like receiving gifts at all.
I think
It
she has something else in mind.
that comes she doesn't like receiving gifts because gifts meant that someone gets killed.
Yeah.
Jules, like, this is not giving her a gift, Scabbard. Okay, I have to remember I'm talking to Seagate number 2.
Seagate 2.0.
Do
Is
we
Seagate
both
2.0
go,
better than
hey,
Seagate?
at the same time?
Just about.
Hey!
This isn't a gift. This is a welcoming into her new life.
Much the same way as the stone that she gave me, I think.
Exactly. So we'll find a stone that represents your ideals and whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what to look for. That's up to you. And you're not going to be like, here's a gift. You're going to be like presenting it as welcome to the family.
Well, I do have an emerald. It's about the same color as her eyes. And I am making a little wooden figurine of her to add to the rest of the ones that I have here. I'm motion over to the shelf somewhere over there where all the rest of them are at of everybody. Each one with their own where the eyes would
Daughter.
be, like a little gem of some kind.
I thought her eyes were amethyst.
Are they amethyst?
They're vibrant purple.
Oh, well then it would have been
Yeah.
an amethyst, not an emerald. But I do have one of those.
I'm over here like,
But yeah, I suppose I can go ahead and put put that little a little bit of amethyst in the eyes of that, like the rest of the figurines. And that'd be her welcoming gift.
I've got it. I've got it.
All right.
I may need some help finding it though.
Noodle just looks at you.
Well, because she likes going to the library, right? And as we learned the hard way, fire and libraries don't mix real well.
Yeah. Why would this be a thought?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
So-
it's because you happen to burn part of the temple of the gods.
That's
No,
what I'm thinking.
No, why is he Mongo?
She likes going to the library.
Yeah.
So if I get her a rock covered in a bioluminescent algae, she will always have like a reading light that doesn't have to worry about burning anything.
Okay.
Why not give it like
Why
a...
did this become a thing to concern her that people are using fires in libraries all the time?
I got set on fire in a fucking library. I'm concerned about it.
Yeah, but we solved that problem.
At one,
Does the library have fire in it in this city?
It has scones, yes.
Okay. I never
Or
thought it would have.
sconces.
Sconces, yeah. Scones, yummy.
Not every library is going to have some magic in place. It's going to keep the place lit without fire.
Well, instead of like bioluminescent algae, because that will die eventually.
Now that she takes care of it, it gives her like a little pet.
That a pet rock that has algae on it would be interesting. I was gonna say, why not put some sort of little like wizardry or artifice magic on there? Make it like a you shake it a little bit, it emits a little bit of light.
You could also. I also have another idea that could work as well.
Hmm.
Well, like how Nikolai had a homunculus before, why not tinker something that's like a moth or some kind of creature that has lights that could function as a sort of flashlight?
What kind would she like?
Have to talk to her and figure it out.
Moths are
Yeah.
pretty easy bet, but
Mongo
it
could
would
make
be
it a
something
homunculus right
to
now, couldn't
get
he?
to know her
Can he?
about.
Allegedly.
I think it's a first level ability that artificers have, right? Or alchemists.
I've been able to add the alchemy jug, so I think I can add a homunculus.
Yeah. I think it's
Just
a
not
low
sure
level
how he
ability.
would go about making one though.
Second level, I believe.
Well, you got the alchemy jug as a gift.
Yeah.
So breakfast slowly comes to a close as you guys kind of, get your bearings. Got a new task to do for Effie. And you're gonna head off to the meeting once you guys get squared away,
Yeah.
and eventually find yourselves back to your places of comfort to get cleaned up and straightened out and such to go to said meeting.
How long do we have till the meeting?
Not that long.
Damn.
They're always scheduled in the morning to meet the envoy that will be taking you to that will be your guide through the Feywild when you get there. And yeah, you guys can start heading there at your own leisure.
Yeah.
Kipa's in
Interesting.
her
Head on.
usual meeting hall, and as you guys come in one at a time, Shermir is there.
There's one thing I would do before I make my way over there.
Hmm.
Because I got a rock from the fire plane specifically for Noodle.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
Gonna give it to him.
Yeah, go for it. He looks at you. He's got his little like smoker vest on. His fur a little puffed out because he took a bath.
Got you something when we were in the hotter place.
Tilts his head a little bit.
Very carefully.
Oh yeah, it's a big ass thing too.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a small one that we got.
It's bigger than Noodle, I think, isn't it?
His eyes just go wide, like, and his little mouth is just hanging open, like, like shocked at what he is seeing. And he runs up and he hugs your hand. And then he hugs the rock. And he realizes it's warm and he just leans against it.
That is true.
No, we almost blew a few of those up, so please be careful.
Oh, man. I gotta blow my nose.
Lumion sees you off, Cayenne, as he heads off to deal with his daily work and dealings. But each of you file in, and Scabbard, you're the first one in. And eventually behind you comes Mongo. The quiet dim darkness of the room, still making you probably at unease, wondering if she was just waiting for an opportune time.
Take my seat beside Kippa.
You come in as next, Nikolai.
Mm.
And then eventually you come in, Cayenne. And for some reason, there's just... This room used to be very, very, to a degree, peaceful, but now it almost seems eerie. Something just kind of at the back seems a little off in this room, this day and age.
Do I sense danger?
You don't know. But each of you has a slight feeling that you might not truly be alone in this room.
Start looking around.
You don't see anything except the shadows.
Considering of where we're going, do I feel anything that seems familiar?
No. It's just that the environment, that the meeting room of Kippa feels differently. And your goggles don't work in this environment.
At all?
No, it was that one time that it was permitted, and now the magic here has now nullified it while you're in this room.
Crazy.
Odd.
And Kippa's like, everything okay, Mongo?
Take those goggles off. Just not seeing anything. Room seems different, but
It's the same room.
yeah, it still seems a little off.
What are you talking about, Mongo?
You're paranoid because you're a cat.
Do we all know
probably
the room is a little different?
The room is exactly the same. It's just kind of a little eerie is all.
I don't know about that one.
Did you redecorate?
It's
She looks over at Sir Mir, and he just kind of like... He's still standing there, just kind of like the statue he usually is.
Pretty crazy.
So, you get to meet your envoy for the Feywild that will take you to the group and be your guide, essentially, along the way. Deals have been made. Don't fall for his flamboyance and uniqueness. He could be charismatic, he could be cocky, but he works directly with the group that you will be working with to take care of the reliquary. You and the group have similar common interests to deal with it. Different goals, but similar common interest.
Okay.
He works with the group. He's quite special, and I don't like dealing with him because I don't trust him.
Okay.
He is running late, per usual.
Running late per usual? Is that what you said? Okay.
And a few minutes go by, and you're just sitting in this quiet room.
So,
Seriously, this place seems a little creepier than when we last saw it.
yeah. Something's different.
Not all of the lights are on.
Is there a reason why not all the lights are on?
It's a small meeting. Don't need all of them on.
Okay.
And the door eventually opens, and you just see this person come walking in, and they just kind of walk through the beams of light and kind of just trots along the room, just kind of like they own the entire room. And they hop onto the table and walk across the table, and You're just looking up at this person like, who the fuck do you think you are? And they don't look like they're more than 12 years old.
Okay.
And he stops in the middle of the table and he looks around at all of you and he's like, Oi, any of you pirates? Because I don't like pirates.
No.
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 Oh, good. We'll get along. Anyway, he walks over and he kind of sits down in the table in Indian style and sets his sword down to the side. All right. So, deal is, I take you into the Feywild and I take you to the place you need to go.
Okay.
That sums
That's
it up.
simple. Yep.
What do we got to do?
Well, if there's pirates along the way, we have to kill them.
Why
Have to
would-
kill them.
This kid has like vibrant green eyes, human looking, and he has just like sandy blonde hair.
I have a feeling that this is not. That's what they look like here. They don't truly look like this.
If you want, you can do a perception.
Because Faye.
Yeah, true.
22.
Like that.
22, 22.
Oof.
12.
Absolute shit. That would be a whole 7.
Yeah, you're enamored by the balls on this kid. You and Cayenne though, you're used to like flamboyant performances. You're looking at this person, you're like, who the fuck are you? And you're looking at him because your suspicions of Faye. You don't sense any Faye about him, but he is definitely Faye touched. And
That
you
would
pick
make
up-
sense for the charisma.
yeah, and you see 2 interesting details about him. Three interesting details about him. One, he has a long feather that he has tucked on his ear. 2, he has a long golden rapier. 3, he has a little doll that's tucked onto his belt.
Did you basically create Peter Pan?
It really does sound like it. And you know what? I'm all for it.
It's far more diabolical.
Oh no.
You know me and taking fairy tales.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Cayenne's like, oh shit. And he's like, huh. And Kip is like, this is your envoy.
What do we call you, friend?
He leans forward. Rooster, I'm not giving you my name because you haven't earned it. And I don't think you ever will because you haven't killed a pirate.
Wondering how Lee feels about this.
Do highway robbers count?
Nope. They have
Nope.
to be pirates.
Okay. He said rooster?
Correct.
Okay.
Wait. Didn't we technically kill a pirate?
I believe we did.
Or no, we're tracking.
You were tracking.
Oh,
And found out that he's been long dead and like, yeah.
but his daughter's still out and about, and apparently she's maybe on our side by technicality.
Well, we don't really actually know.
Cayenne, as you're watching this kid sit in the light, kind of weaving in and out of the shadow and the light, because he's sitting like right in that spot where he can do both. You can see the charming gleam in his eye, and every once in a while you can see some of the illusion fade from the magic he has, where you can see lots of scars across his body where he's been in a lot of fights. I mean, all he's wearing is basically pants. His upper body is bare.
Does he look a lot older in the illusion from what I can see?
Not really, but he looks like one of those kids that has survived a lot of conflicts. The gleam disappears, and you can see the 1,000-armed stare of a true, like, warrior. Possibly very dangerous.
So like Conan the Barbarian kind of style kid.
Yeah. And it's like, he is a threat if you were to cross him. He's like, so, I'll take you to the adventuring group that you need to meet up with, as they don't like to come into the material realm.
Okay.
We kill any pirates along the way, and beware of ticking clocks. And he stands up
What?
and he
One small question. What word of warning can you give us before meeting this party?
don't question their methods.
Don't
Understandable.
question their methods. Okay.
Do
Given
not
given where we are venturing, that's understandable.
So one other question. You say if we meet pirates on the way, we have to kill them.
Yep.
Are we going to be looking for them?
Along
Or
the way,
just
of course.
happenstance?
No, of course. If along the way we happen to subvert into some pirates,
What if we talk them out of being pirates?
they're still going to die.
Oh, yeah, everybody dies at some point.
And he walks over to you, and you can feel that Fey presence. It doesn't matter if they don't want to be pirates. We don't play that game. We cut out their tongues and we kill them. Once a pirate, always a pirate. It is that simple.
Great.
Kippa's just sitting there, and she just does the Picard face palm, like.
Look over at Kip. Is this another thing? Don't give people water. Just let it happen.
This is one part of the deal. I tried to negotiate. You're going to have to deal with it. Good. It's settled. Any other questions?
I don't have any. I just want to make sure that
Not at
we
the moment.
stick to etiquette and don't say anything or do anything that we should not.
Oh, and I've also been compensated, so if you need to take any side versions while we're there, you can. Maybe we'll run into some dastardly fiends along the way.
Okay. And when are we supposed to be leaving there, Kippa?
Kippa's like, it's not until you get back from the other thing.
Okay. And when are we going to be doing that?
However long it takes.
She looks over. Anything else, Rooster? And he's like, no, not at all. I think I got the answers I needed. She looks over at you. He looks over at you, Scabbard, and he just kind of judges you up and down. He's like, And he takes a step off of the table, and you see him just kind of like feather fall down to the ground.
That's pretty cool.
And he walks to the door, and he just walks out it, and he closes it behind him very, kind of rudely. And Kippa looks over at you, Cayenne, and is like, you don't like him.
I got a glimpse of something. I'm keeping my guard up.
So you can see what he really is, much like myself. Right.
Are you ladies going to share?
He's Fey touched. You can't see who he really is.
Ah.
He seems dangerous. Are you sure we can trust him?
Well, you're not a pirate. You don't you don't tick, so yes, you're safe.
Speaking of which, what in the hell's is all that about?
Is the group that he runs with believe in a certain level of insanity as a basis of faith?
I mean,
tries
that's a
anything
little
funny
bit
with
any
Leaf.
in any faith, really.
Uh,
Look,
um,
It's not going to
Don't-
go well.
Don't mention beef at all. I implore you not to do that.
Don't mention
leaf,
beef.
Keep leaf off the table. Don't mention you have any association with pirates.
Oh shit! Isn't your wife like associated to pirates?
Out of character? Yeah, she's the daughter of
Yeah, I don't know if that's
Couple.
something you shared or not.
probably not. I'd probably leave that up to her.
Okay. So, in all reality, it depends on how crazy you are. We're all associated as pirates. Great, great, wonderful.
Just look. This is the best guide I can get you to where you need to go. Leave all of that off the table and never mention it.
and even if he does act shady, if you're in the Feywild, there's not really a way to get out unless we contact, oh, I don't know, Kippa or Lufa
Or Lumion.
or Lumion.
He's your in, he's your out. Deal with it. If you have to kill pirates, I don't want to know.
You guys do have that little gift in the that you have to do in the Feywild, anyways.
Yeah.
He's extremely unpredictable and violent from the information that I have gathered as intel. He has waged many sea battles with pirates, many on land battles with pirates. He has killed many pirates.
I mean, people don't like pirates for a reason, but
He's not to be trifled with or crossed for any reason at all.
The one rumor that I don't know is true, and I refuse to ask him because I don't want to have Sir Mir step in, is allegedly a pirate lord killed the love of his life by feeding her to a crocodile. So,
wow. All right.
let's not cross that bridge of upsetting him.
He does not need to meet Sally. Just saying. And that's the player saying that. That's the player saying he does not need to meet Sally.
Yeah. So, you got any other questions I could possibly try to answer regarding your new contact?
How exactly did you get in contact with him in the first place? He doesn't seem like he likes to be in the material realm.
He doesn't. His power is much weaker here. There, it's much stronger. I worked with Lumion to find a valid contact within the Feywild using the contacts we have in the Fey Court in the outer wilds of the Fey to locate the reliquary there. Following a rabbit hole, we located the party that is dealing with the situation, and unfortunate consequences led us to him. He's kind of the middle ground. I'm not going to tell you how much we are bargaining with him, but I don't like it. This is a very fragile deal. You have to set all of your morals aside regarding who you kill and follow his lead.
Oh, fun.
There is no other way to get to the reliquary. But once you're with that party, you will be safer from him. That party, from what I understand, also do not trust him.
Okay.
So the party we're going to doesn't trust him, and we shouldn't trust him. But we gotta work with him.
Correct.
Do we know where this reliquary is?
No, that's the hard part because in the wilds, the landscape changes.
I was gonna say we can bypass a lot of trouble if we knew where it is, but since we don't know where it is,
Items that locate items do not work there. Spells that locate things do not work there.
And also, it's not our thing to locate. Why would you think that we could just like cast a spell to find a necromancer's vessel when we have to know the thing that we're looking for to be able to look for it?
we know what
Oh,
it is.
I
we
will
know-
also put this out there too. If you decide to go, once you go deal with this and you don't have Scabbard with you, if we send somebody along with you, they're not to know the mission. This is to be kept close to the chest, not spoken about with any strangers. It is a hard thing to do.
So we take them along, and if they die while doing it, they die while doing it,
Yes,
and they're not to know what it is that they're doing with us.
correct.
Why would we take anybody along?
There'd be 3 of you. You're stronger with 4. And if Scabbard's not available, you're going to have to fill in that 4th, or I will have to fill in that 4th.
It's gonna be interesting.
Let's be honest, Scabbard is good at taking a lot of heat off of you and also, occasionally, from what I hear, picking you guys back up.
I'm really good at dealing with fiends, fae, and undead. If I'm not there,
Nobody takes a hit like you can.
It's true.
if I'm not there, that's a lot of stuff that I can't help with too, because a lot of what I can do passively protects you guys as well. I
So,
just hope whoever you're taking with you is someone you can trust.
so as you guys sit in this meeting, we're going to call the session and jump into the post-mortem. We'll start with Cayenne.
There was a lot. There was a lot in this episode, and it's all blurring together because I'm very
Cayenne, I will be pretty nice about this. So if you want to head off right now, go for it. And you don't have to do wrap up.
The one thing that stood out to me the most was just basically learning about Effie and being able to take care of her. The fact
Yeah.
that Holvar got Osling drunk, meeting the envoy and learning how just absolutely untrustworthy he is.
Did she cut out for anybody else?
No.
No.
I didn't hear any of that, but
Yeah.
oh well.
Just the fact that none of the parents picked up on, well, the clone being, well, the clone
Yeah.
or the dragon. Yeah, the dragon was the biggest one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, especially Holvar, like, how? How did you not pick up on that? How in the absolute fuck did you not pick that up? And being drunk is not an excuse. You're a deity. Being drunk's not an excuse.
Yeah, Holvar really let that one slip through the cracks.
For real. But now we actually know what we're going to be up against once we get closer to that point. I think that was probably my favorite part, aside from learning a little bit more about Effie and finding out what she actually likes and how she gets excited studying and reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes after her parents.
Oh, and the last thing was giving Sunset the furry beetle to Alufa.
Oh, she's enamored by that little beetle.
That beetle is going to be like her sentient brooch
Yeah.
would be the best word. Emotional support brooch.
Emotional support brooch. That's pretty funny.
She's gonna take such good care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, good choices. Yeah, I'm feeling it too.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to head off, you can.
I can wait. I
Okay.
can wait a little bit.
What about you, Monka?
It's a fun episode.
Packed with stuff.
Yeah. Getting to know Effie a little bit more. Being able to actually hang out with the family a bit. Waking up hungover under a cake. Getting the family to realize who Effie is.
Yeah, they're like, oh shit.
Getting a stay of execution from Kippa. Having to add another thing to the to-do list of research what the fuck the word stealth means. I think the cat would inherently know, but apparently fucking not.
Listen, if you've ever owned an orange cat, they don't know what stealth is either.
Actually, yes, I have one. I have lived with an orange kitty before. I miss him greatly. Oh. Meeting our untrusting guide.
That guy's
You
probably
know-
ticking all your paranoia boxes.
Bad feeling that he's gonna become a problem.
Yeah.
What about you, Nikolai?
Discovering the cipher, that was really cool. Didn't hurt that I rolled ridiculously, but hey. I wonder what the DC was on that. And the message is in the cipher. That was really cool. Getting yeeted by Spicy, that was pretty funny.
That was great.
Feisty's like
Into Hobar's drink.
In the whole bird drink. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. The weirdness of waking up mostly without clothing the morning before. That was weird.
The fact that everybody pretty much woke up drunk and naked.
Let's not do that again. Learning about the community, traditions that the parents have established in the hometown, home city, whatever, home country, was really cool. Understanding what Effie meant by saying home was really cool. And then, basically I don't know if what you mentioned there was, as a result of what I've been doing with Nikolai or not, but seeing the parallels there and handing off um, just a shared, universal family item to the rest of the family. That was cool. um, yeah, it's about all that comes to the mind at first. Your envoy is pretty cool, pretty crazy. So looking forward to getting into a pirate fight.
Swear to God, they burn a fucking ship down and coin's not there.
Oh. What about you, Scav?
For sure. One of the bigger ones. Nikolai going airborne. Being able to see Feisty again. It's always a fun one. Always a good time. Being able to spend time with the family. Doing that is always a good one as well. The envoy is setting off all kinds of alarms and showing signs of red flags. I honestly believe that they're going to be a problem that we're going to have to deal with. What else? What else? The entire shenanigans that went on at the house. Scavard stumbling in. It's like, oh, everybody's naked. Why wasn't I invited to the party? No.
You trying to sober up and getting more drunk?
Yes,
That was
that's
funny.
another
Yeah,
one.
finding out that it's a thing that Seagate created somehow.
A tool to use against the divines. So that's fun. That's fun. The meeting with the family and with Kippa and all that. Being able to see Mildo and Kilo again. It's always fun. Of course, F Kitty being adorable. Having her own little space. There's a lot of them. There's just a little bit too much to list.
I'm getting mugged over here.
The memory. Learning that Rurik was
Yeah,
technically not responsible.
yeah,
He was manipulated into it.
yeah. That is true. Your little pendant that you got from Brigitta.
That is another big one.
Like
You're
that's
getting
so
a
cool.
frying pan upside the head to sober your
Oh.
ass up. That was kind of funny.
All right, that's definitely probably the highlight. Like, hey, you want to be sober? Wham!
Freeze up one of Nikolai's infusions. Thankfully, they don't have to keep one available to mute your ass.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. How about you?
God, everything that was mentioned. I love finally introducing the envoy for the Feywilds. And yes, a lot of the stuff that you guys are going to be going into is based off of a lot of fairy tale stuff, but that's kind of how I do quite a bit of my Feywilds. A lot of mythical lore and fairy tales. So,
Nightmare fuel.
oh yeah. So, kind of dipping into that a little bit and very grim, dark stuff. Finding out that there are ways to get holy artifacts. You just have to find a grave of a god before they became a god and desecrate it.
With permission, or at least not without.
They didn't get a no.
Yeah, at least not without a no.
The interesting learning about how bad things are actually in the homeland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But everything everybody mentioned there's a lot.
Oh, another good one that I actually find to be pretty hilarious. Cayenne and Scavard knowing more about the Abyssal Dragon than the party, the original Obscura. was like,
That lock to secure the pearl. That was fun.
But yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
definitely really cool.
All right. Let's call it. Say goodnight, everyone.
night, everybody.
Good night,
Don't
everybody.
forget to like. Oh, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, join our Discord, and share us with the world.
Yeah.